I'm going to be calling the meeting to order, and we're going to start with the flag salute. So if everybody could rise. Over that way. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And so the next piece we want to do is welcome MJ and do her, let me pull this out, swearing in ceremony. So Denise, do you want us over by the flags?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on up, MJ.
Yeah.
We're going to follow Ms. Orange right behind Connie. Put you next to the flag so we can get some photos. You got a good, is that enough space to... Did you get a good shot there?
And while MJ's walking back, I am going to be leaving just for a little bit here, but Kevin is going to manage us through the meeting until I get returned.
Scary thought, isn't it? And today we are going to start with our game face on, so I want to know that, I might not want to know that too, but I want everybody to know that we do have some game day munchies here for the meeting to keep us going. So remember, that's happening. And just the last reminder that I'll give you today is at our break, or you can be allowed to do this on the lunch hour, I'm going to anticipate that everyone will be going over to Fred Meyer or somewhere nearby to get that Powerball ticket so that we can fund McCleary here in Washington State. Thank you. At least make a down payment. On that happy note, let us continue on with the agenda for today. The consent agenda we have, actually, do I need to introduce Dana first? Okay, we'll do consent agenda, then Dana, you can come up. So anyway, the consent agenda, as you see, we have the minutes from the November 4th and 5th meeting and December 18th meetings. I will entertain a motion.
So moved. Move to approve.
Is there a second? Or do we need more? Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the November 4th and 5th. Yes, sorry.
I'd like to make an amendment to the minutes.
Okay, so let's step back then.
Yeah,
let's take each one separately then. November 4th and 5th. Is that where you want to make your amendment? Go ahead.
Yes. It's on page 14 of the online packet on the board discussion delinking exit exams and graduation requirements.
So
I'm not sure what the procedure is.
Yeah, point of procedure, because if we're going to amend it, it's no longer part of the consent agenda.
Oh.
So let's therefore take it off the consent agenda. And is there any... So there were two sets of minutes. Were you amending both or just one?
Just one.
And the other one was which? So the one you're not amending was the...
So this is the November 4th and 5th minutes,
Right.
yes.
Okay, so the other one, we can move right now.
I have to go back and look again. For the December minutes, is there a motion to approve? Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. From that, we'll move. I guess we want to move on initially. Or Ben, what's your counsel on this? We want to go ahead and handle
move on, and then now
come back to
business items.
We'll come back to it in business items. Dana, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Dana Anderson, Superintendent of the Capital Region ESD 113. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here today. So thanks for joining us, and we look forward to hosting you over the next couple of days. And any assistance that you need, please feel free to contact myself or our staff. We're here to serve and ensure that your time is pleasant and that nothing gets in the way of your business. So by way of welcome, I just want to share a little bit of how the Capital Region ESD 113 and the AESD, the Association of Educational Service Districts, work aligns with the policy priorities of the state board, and just provide a little bit of quick context. As you probably recall, when county offices of education were coalesced into educational service districts in 1969, we were charged with basically accomplishing one thing on behalf of the state, and that is to ensure equitable educational attainment for all students in support of the policy initiatives of the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction and the state board. So our DNA is traced back to that authorizing language that states that's the role of the ESDs, to ensure equity and to support OSPI and the state board. And within that, we as a system have identified a number of areas of emphasis. As you walk into our offices and you look up above our reception area, you'll see our strategic plan summarized in three broad categories: close the gap, grow our people, and influence change. So the first focus of our ESD is to ensure equity, and we're focused intently on closing learning and opportunity gaps within our region. And I know that that very closely aligns with the work of the state board. That is part of what you're all focused on. And I want to share just a little bit of the work that we have going on there with you. I know that you're also working on assessment alternatives and clarifying career and future readiness. And so in support of those three initiatives, I'll just share some brief stories of the work of the ESD and the AESD network. With regard to closing learning and opportunity gaps, the ESD here locally has identified 3 communities through our data systems that have the greatest academic, social-emotional, and fiscal need. And we prioritize services to those systems in a project we call our Outreach Project. In partnership with OSPI and other organizations, we work very closely to establish goals within those communities, provide academic support, social-emotional support, non-academic barrier mitigation, and community outreach liaison work. We're working on a 3-year project to close learning and opportunity gaps in those 3 areas within our region. Taholah, Lake Quinault, and Hood Canal are the 3 communities that we're working most closely with. And we have the great pleasure of working in partnership with the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction as part of their accountability system in those communities. But our role is primarily support to local leadership and implementing local school improvement plans. With regard to assessment alternatives, you may know this, possibly you don't. One of the alternatives that's been available to students for a number of years is the collection of evidence. ESD 113 is the state's contractor for that. We didn't get into that work for any other reason other than we saw it as a reasonable alternative for students who had presented significant challenge in meeting on-demand opportunities, and other alternatives were not available to them. Now, our data indicates that it's not only an assessment alternative, but it's an academic intervention, that students are engaged in preparation for the collection of evidence because of the focus on unpacking academic standards and understanding what they mean, and looking at what their evidence might look like in learning or making progress towards those academic standards, increases their opportunities to be successful on the state's on-demand assessment when they sit a second or a third time, as well as performance on the collection of evidence. And that many of the students are successful in that system are those who are disproportionately underperforming on our state's assessment. Students with academic needs identified for special education or have language challenges or language barriers. They're disproportionately successful on the collection of evidence as compared to their peers. With regard to clarifying college and career readiness, we had the great pleasure of working with your executive director and contracting staff as you were looking at implementing high school and beyond planning. And in partnership with the state board, we convened some statewide planning groups, and with our largest venture of the ESD system, the Washington School Information Processing Cooperative with SIPSI, or you might think of it as the software that runs on it, Skyward, we developed a high school and beyond planning web-based application that is available to all school systems in the state of Washington at no charge. And I think that was part of the state's board visioning around, if we're going to require high school and beyond plans, how can we support students and staff in implementing that requirement? And I seem to recall that there was some conversation here about what if we had an app or some sort of solution like that. And through about an 18-month partnership, we were able to deliver that this fall, and students are beginning to use that online tool. And it's, I think, begun very well. It's been successfully reviewed, and we're getting a lot of positive feedback, and an investment in that platform continues to this day. So we're greatly pleased to be able to partner with you in that work. Here locally, with regard to college and career readiness, one of the things we've identified is students who are not successful in their traditional high school experience and have dropped out for one reason or another. We have a program which is a multi-district partnership. We call it Gravity. It's part of the Open Doors legislation, which allows students age 16 to 21 to re-engage in their academic preparation with wraparound services, counseling, and support so they can begin to make progress towards possibly earning a GED. Few of them return to the high school setting, but some do earn some high school credits or earn some further certification. We have over 600 students enrolled in that program within our region, and it continues to grow and flourish as a partnership in service of the districts that we serve. 35 of our school districts are part of that consortium effort at assisting students who have, for one reason or another, disengaged from school, but want to re-engage in their careers and their future planning. I have a friend who happens to have started a school system at Everett Community College, Artie Clevin. She began a program called ORCA, which is an environmentally based sheltered running start program at the community college. And she helped me understand something that I think is common in our language today around academic press. We call it rigor. And she shared with me their research on academic rigor indicates that rigor, or a rigorous experience, is defined as something that changes your belief in what you're capable of doing. And I think what we're focused on as a state is increasing academic rigor for the purpose of shifting the beliefs around what we feel we're capable of doing. High academic press with adequate support, providing multiple opportunities for success, I think is what it takes for belief to shift. We partnered with the authors Connors and Smith, who wrote the book The Oz Principle, or Change the Culture, Change the Game. And they helped us understand as an organization, as we were looking to implement our strategic plan, that belief comes from a collection of experiences. And it's experience over time that forms much of what we believe or hold as beliefs about ourselves and about how we interact with the world. And unfortunately, I think many of our students have come to believe that they're incapable of achieving some of our academic standards because their experiences in school have led them to believe that. Our role as a system is to partner with them, their families, and their communities to provide opportunity for experiences that provide success so they begin to shift their beliefs about what they're capable of doing. So as a system, both the ESDs, the 9 of us, and the Capital Region ESD 113 are very pleased to be partners with you in your 3 broad policy initiatives, looking at how you will provide opportunities for assessment alternatives for students, how you focus on closing the learning opportunity gap, and how you clearly define college and future readiness. So thank you for your work in that space. Thank you for the opportunity to partner with you in that work, and we look forward to supporting you as you move forward. Welcome today, and enjoy your time here.
Thanks, Dana. Always a pleasure to be here. Board members, next on the agenda, we have an opportunity for Ben to give us an update on what the staff has been up to the last couple of months. We've got about 45 minutes here. We don't have to go up to the full 45. Ben won't take 45, or he says he won't. So hopefully, if you have some questions, we'll be able to. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So thank you, Ben.
Morning, everyone. Welcome back. So just a couple of notes. First of all, you'll realize that our U shape is a little longer than typical, so that has to do with something that will occur later in the day with regards to a joint conversation we will have with the Workforce Training and Education Coordinating Board. So when we get to that point, we might try to make it a little more intimate and try to change the tables around a little bit, but that's why these are set up the way they are at this particular point. I wanted to go through a series of what I'll call quick hitters here. I don't know how much discussion they'll generate, but just to give you a sense of things that have transpired over the 2 months since we last spoke. First of all, I was asked to review and just make you aware of the fact that when you voted the last meeting, you changed your board norms to include a process by which board members could submit ideas for exploration to the executive committee and the executive director. So that appears on page 38 of your packet, page 37 and 38. And so we have included the board norms as amended, and they are in your packet for your reference. Wanted to go over a couple of news items about which I received various emails from board members, so for the benefit of everyone. First of all, as you know, there was a recently announced change in policy with regards to the next testing cycle and the ability of students to access the math assessment in 10th grade. So recall that last year, I think you'll all remember this was something of a point of emphasis for the board in discussions over the last couple of board meetings about why a student is taking the ELA SBAC assessment in 10th grade, but the math assessment remains an 11th grade assessment. Perhaps in part due to that conversation, OSPI has been exploring the viability of that over a period of time, and they did make the announcement that over the next cycle, districts will be allowed but not required, may not shall, to offer that math assessment to 10th graders, with the caveat, of course, that when you're dealing with that math assessment, you are dealing with content that they may or may not have taken by the time they are at that point in their 10th grade career. So you might recall when we were in Spokane, you heard some testimony from some students. We had a diverse panel of students there. We had a couple of students who were taking 4 and 5 AP classes at a time, for example. And those students might be a profile of a kid that might benefit from this policy, where they may in fact have taken Algebra 2 by the time their 10th grade testing cycle comes up, and therefore might also benefit from the additional space, if you will, in their junior year, when they told us that a lot of their junior year is occupied by assessments they're taking either through AP coursework or through IB. So that's a certain population of kids that might benefit. There might be other populations of kiddos that might benefit from that. But the bottom line is this is now kind of an option for districts, not a requirement, but an option, and it will certainly play out by district and certainly by kid in terms of who's well positioned to take advantage of that. The state did receive some correspondence from the federal government with regards to our inability as a state, or our non-compliance, if you will, with the requirement to have 95% participation for those assessments that we deem to be our assessments for the purposes of our federal accountability workbook. In that workbook, we have included the 11th grade assessment. Last year we had, needless to say, anything but 95% participation. And we are among a series of states. We weren't necessarily, picked out in particular, but there's a lot of states dealing with this same issue. Superintendent Dorn was asked by the federal government to respond with a series of commitments, if you will, about how that would be addressed, as are the number of other states. I'm actually interested to see how the other states responded, but I haven't seen that other than a very brief Ed Week article that kind of gave a brief flyover. In the case of Washington State, we sent you both the letter that we received and the letter that was sent, and you've all had an opportunity to review that. But I think the upshot is that because very few high schools in this state met so-called part rate requirements, most all of them will be ineligible for awards. and that becomes a significant issue both for this year and subsequent years in terms of how we try to transition out of the negativity of this and try to get back to a point where the achievement index and the associated recognitions that we all value so much are unencumbered by that past, and try to figure out how to make this a one-year thing and not a three-year residual situation where we're dealing with this forever. So any questions about that, I'd be happy to try to answer, or when Randy's here later, he may be able to respond to those as well. Also want to let you know that we have made a commitment to join with our partners at Learning First Alliance, which I believe Connie is our current board member representative. That organization consists of the Washington Education Association, the administrators, the principals, the Parent-Teacher Association. I'm sure I'm missing a few. I believe the AESD is represented as well. And so everybody has agreed to contribute a small amount of money towards the overall purpose of promoting positive news about our public education system, to try to counteract what I think the group believes tends to be a negative press lens on what our public schools are achieving, and that we are in fact doing great things. So we have agreed to be part of that partnership. There's a relatively small financial commitment on our part of $5,000 per year to do that, and we are going to do that so long as we can manage that, and I understand that OSPI plans to do that as well. Okay, so wanted to provide you a brief update on our work on 24 credit implementation, our work on what we're calling competency-based crediting, but is quickly kind of becoming a little bit more than that. And this has become a major time investment on the part of the staff. We have at this point we have already, I think, had 4 engagements in the field, and we have another 6 planned. We have, I think we're calling them seminars, scheduled for Pasco, Spokane, Tumwater, the Puget Sound ESD, and Shoreline over the next 2 months. Some of these, the registrations have significantly outpaced what we thought. We have as many as close to 200 folks registered for one of them. And at the end of this, we may be reaching nearly 1,000 people. We are working closely with the Principals Association. We have reached out to, we're trying to get representatives from Principals Association and OSPI at each one of these, but there's so many of them that it's going to be a bit of a patchwork situation. But mostly what we're sensing is that there is a real appetite on the part of districts and schools to find out what other people are doing to address the increase to 24 credits, how people are handling the 2 credit waiver and the parameters of that. Lots of interest among districts to moving to trimesters, or, for example, crediting the high school and beyond plan and perhaps a culminating project. Even though the culminating project is not a high school graduation requirement anymore, it doesn't mean it can't be a credited activity to help students get to 24 credits. And then also a real interest in, as you know, there is an opportunity for students in middle school to earn high school credit to the extent that that class is offered at a high school level. And that has happened in the case of Washington State history, for example. Is that correct, Linda? But you can see districts kind of exploring options of what other opportunities may there be for students in 8th grade to get a jump start on high school credit. So that has become a major time commitment on the part of certainly Linda at a minimum and myself, and I want to give you a flavor for that's a major investment of our time at this point. It'll be harder to sustain during legislative session, but we're pretty much going to have to now because we've got a statewide tour materializing here. We did have 4 staff presentations at the Washington Educational Research Association conference. And at this time, I would ask the pertinent staff to come up and join me. They're going to give you a little 60-second flyover of the content of those and some of the issues that came up in that. As they're doing that, I want to note for the benefit of the whole group that we had a community forum, I think in this exact, was it in here? Next door, last night. Very successful, in my view. We had, I believe, over 40 people there. And we had, I think, 4 or 5 board members here. I know Mona was here, Kevin was here, Isabel was not able to join us, MJ was here. I wonder, just as we prepare for this, if anybody wanted, any of the board members that were here wanted to take a moment to reflect on some of the major themes for the benefit of the whole board.
I know you weren't here. Well, I would just say last night, in fact, I believe this that was left for us here was from some of the group, the Pacific Islander group over in Kingston. It was, you had to use words like thoroughly enjoyable, but it was very rich in discussion. Certainly the table I was at, and I know from what I gathered from Connie, Mona, Peter, there were some good conversations going on there. I will just say that there are a lot of concerns, there are a lot of frustrations, and people want to do the right thing for kids. But there are challenges with the way the system works for them. So people are just trying to say, hey, what can we do to make this better for the kids? I had a parent next to me in my case who talked about a number of challenges, not unlike ones that I've heard Holly bring up before, where kids go through collection of evidence, they miss the score, they collection of evidence a couple of times, and it still doesn't work out. And why should the kid be held back from graduating from high school? So it's always nice to hear people who are on the front lines talk about the challenges they're seeing. Others? Anybody else want to?
It's a mix of people that are coming to this.
Yeah.
Quite a mix. At my table, I had a professional educator, statistician who had a mission. He wanted to communicate to the state board. We had a couple of parents who were just curious about the state board and how to get involved in public education. And then we had a fellow who works with low-income children, and that's his primary concern about the achievement gap, and is searching a way to help that population. So it was, we're really hitting different kinds of populations now. I'm really encouraged to see the number of people that are coming and why they're coming.
We also had some folks travel over an hour and a half to be there last night. And it is encouraging that we are hearing and seeing from folks that we wouldn't otherwise hear and see from. They're not the same people in the audience right now, for example. And so anyway, we really, that continues to be a considerable investment on our part financially and in terms of the time investment. And I want to acknowledge that pretty much all the staff are involved in the production of those. And actually, I ask all the staff to be there. Stephanie does a good job of getting the word out, and so I just want to acknowledge the work that goes on there. Finally, I don't know how many of you have attended WERA, the Washington Educational Research Association Annual Conference, but we made a significant investment in that conference this year, and we had 4 presentations that touched on a number of the board's priorities and initiatives. And I just wanted to give Parker presented, Andrew presented, and Linda presented. And I just asked them, because it was a significant investment of our time and we reached a large audience in each case, to have them take a minute each and just tell you what was talked about.
Thanks. I'll go first here. As Ben says, there were about 300 or 400 people at the WERA conference, and this is jointly sponsored by the Washington Education Research Association and OSPI. There's a total of about 75 presentations. In each of our presentations, there were anywhere from 30 to 50 to 75 people. So our work was well attended. I'm just going to speak to 2 of these things very quickly. I worked on a presentation with Jason Greenberg Modametti from Education Northwest and Greg Lobdell from Center of educational effectiveness up in Bellevue. And in this joint presentation, we talked about, we presented further work on the former ELL outcomes. And, there were kind of two lines of concern or questions from the participants. They were really curious in the regional differences in former ELL outcomes and ELL outcomes. And then they were also very interested in how these students are graduating, if they're graduating with a CAA or CIA, if they've met all their testing requirements or if they're meeting them through alternatives. So they provided some insight for where this work might sort of head to next. I also presented with Deb Kane from the OSPI on the Achievement Index. And at that point, we were sort of preparing the field for some changes that are occurring in the index this year and sort of setting the groundwork for the new ESSA requirements and changes for the index. And as you might guess, the biggest concern or the most comments were centered around the low participation rates for some of the schools and districts and how that might impact the index this year and in years going forward. So at this point, I'm going to let Linda probably jump on here, and I'm going to step aside and let her go.
Good morning. Parker and I, we presented on implementing the 24 credit graduation requirements, and part of that was similar to the presentation that I gave at WASDA that some of you attended. So we talked first about what the graduation requirements are, a little about the history, and about how we what we know about how districts are implementing the requirements based on data from the Basic Education Compliance Survey that we collect with the district certification that they're in compliance. So probably the most questions were about the flexibility components of the graduation requirements. And I think this experience of presenting for WARE will help set us up for this series of seminars that we'll be giving, because I think there's a little conflict that I think probably all members are experiencing too in talking to the field, that there is a desire on the part of educators to raise standards and hold all kids accountable for high standards. But then there's also a great passion for making sure that all students, struggling students, get to the finish line. So I think that's sort of the basic conflict and the challenge that we'll be dealing with in our seminars, and that's what a lot of the questions had to do. There were questions about competency-based crediting, a lot of questions about the 2-credit waiver for individual students.
Andrew, Linda, and I presented on the Senate Bill 5491, Indicators of Educational System Health. First, we introduced the audience to the topic. One of the challenges with an audience talking about 5491 is to bring them to the state level. Administrators, data analysts at WARE will often want to talk about school or district level issues, but orienting them to the state level look at educational system health was the first step. And part of that is mentioning that the legislature sets high goals of being in the top 10% nationally for Washington, and that the goal setting methodology matches that, and that 5491 is a vehicle to recommend reforms to get the state to such a high goal. We also updated them on the newest data from the Smarter Balanced Assessment and any other data that came back out after our last legislative report on 5491. And then we examined potential new indicators, presented discipline data to them, a deeper disaggregation of major student groups. In particular, we looked into the Asian student group and broke that into ethnic groups such as, Laotian, Cambodian, Singaporean, and looked at the achievement level comparisons of those groups. And then also talked about advanced course taking. They provided a lot of interesting feedback, and it was a great opportunity to discuss the indicators of educational system health with the experts.
Okay, any questions for the team? They put a lot of hard work into those presentations, and I intended, they did a nice job. And it is another, I'm surprised we, you create one of those segments and you expect to have 25 people show up in the room, and then you have standing room only. So it's turned out to be a good opportunity to reach more audiences and different audiences, and a lot of work on the part of the staff, and I want to acknowledge that. Okay, in terms of the agenda today and the alignment to the strategic plan, I'm not going to belabor each individual item, and that's in fact why we started doing the agenda in such a manner that it shows which strategic plan goal or objective is aligned to that particular discussion. But on a broad view here, we're really hammering into two major areas of the strategic plan. Obviously, our conversations with NASBE and the Workforce Board really begin to refine our growing and evolving understanding of the concept of career and college readiness. And that manifests in our strategic plan in two ways. Obviously, Goal 3 is about career and college readiness. Goal 3A1, partner with stakeholders to examine and address implementation issues of the career and college ready graduation requirements. And 3B3, provide guidance to districts on implementing personalized pathways. And so we see that with today's discussion at a minimum manifesting on those two objectives. Major investment of time tomorrow in our discussions with stakeholders and with Senator Murray's office on the recently reauthorized federal legislation. That is a major, major aspect of the board's ongoing work, certainly predating the passage of 5329, but certainly pertaining to it as well. There's at least 4 and probably more indicators that are directly impacted by the discussion tomorrow. Goal 2B5, explore the inclusion of additional indicators into the state's accountability framework. That is one of the hallmarks of the reauthorized ESEA legislation. 2B4, seek necessary flexibility from No Child Left Behind requirements. This is the manifestation of our seeking that flexibility, our work on trying to get the law reauthorized, which it now is. Partner with OSPI to ensure alignment of the achievement index for the identification of challenged schools in need of improvement. So some of the practices that the state has been following to identify schools, for example, focus schools and priority schools and the percentages and how they are identified, were a product of specific federal guidance that may or may not be still relevant. And so there may be an opportunity to have some exploration about how that process may be refined going forward, both in the how schools are identified and the how many and how they are assisted. And 2B1, expand performance indicators in the achievement index to include things such as dual credit, industry certification, and the high school smarter balanced assessments. So investments in 2 major components of the strategic plan here today and tomorrow. Any questions for me at this point? If there are not, far be it from me, but we might want to call our former young student leader up and give her the business a little bit.
Did you read the whole ESSA?
Any questions for me?
Did you read the whole ESSA?
I have not made it through the whole document. Jack has, however, and I want to tell you that the chart that you have in your packet already has a bit of a fan club around the state and has been used to, it was kind of first out of the gate on that. And if any of you know Jack's working habits, he was kind of locked in the dungeon there at the OSPI offices until late into the wee hours, listening to classical music and reading every line of ESSA. So as usual, Jack's produced a good document there.
Are there any questions? I will say I happened to meet up with a ledge staffer this weekend who was very, excited about our board meeting because we were talking about the ESEA and about the summary Jack put together, because she was also asked to read the whole statute and report back to her committee. So that helped her immensely. So, so do we want to call up Mara and check in with her and see how she's been doing?
How you doing, Mara? Yeah, hey, is that NASBE, you think? Okay. Well, let's just keep going. We'll let Parker deal with that. Hi, Mara.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
What are you doing?
Well, I just finished my fall quarter, my first quarter of college at UW. And I don't know, I really like college. I'm enjoying having more flexibility with my time. Something totally foreign to Madeline, like I don't have class until 1:30 on Monday and Wednesday. and it's, you know, it's like last week was our first week of winter quarter, and I did sleep in. I was like, this is fun. This is nice to not be up at 5:45. But even when I like have the opportunity to sleep in that late, I like get up at 7 and go to the gym, and I think that like having that like freedom to kind of do whatever I want has like led me to create, I guess, different habits that I like would never have had the chance to do in high school. So I really I'm coming into my own time management and stuff. And I was telling a lot of you that I took 18 credits my first quarter and moved into a sorority. And when we sign up for classes, like during orientation, it's in the summer, and our orientation leaders are like sophomores or juniors that are currently in school, and they help us register for classes. And none of them, there were like 3 helping us with registration, and none of them like wanted to like let me know that 18 was kind of a lot. Because I was just like, yeah, I'll take 3 classes and then another class and like a seminar. This is going to be great. And then it was a lot of work. I did a lot of studying. I took a lot of tests in high school without like ever studying or like doing anything for it, and that definitely changed this year. And just so much time is spent outside of like lecture that it's really what you put into it. I've been fine, I guess. Yeah.
Any questions for Mara? Yeah, Trey.
Hey, Mara, I forgot. Where did you end up going to college? Oh, you did. Okay, yeah.
Great. So at this time, I'd like to invite our guests from the Workforce Training and Education Coordinating Board to join us to be a part of the table. And we have some extra microphones to accommodate. Oh, I think we are a little ahead of time. Yeah, and we can do intros while we're waiting. Yeah, and they may. I'm hoping that. Hi, Eleni. I'm hoping most of them are here. I know we're a little early. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, perfect. Yep. Trickle in. No, that's completely fine. Just so the rest of the board knows, we have invited them to sit at the table, and for those who wanted to watch the presentation from the National Association of State Boards of Education, so that way we can watch together, and then afterwards join into a discussion around career readiness and what does that mean for Washington State as we are grappling with defining career readiness for our students. So we'll have Eleni come up. And Eleni, I don't know if you want to just introduce yourself and maybe talk just, since we have a little time, very briefly about your work and the work of the Workforce Board.
Happy to. Thanks so much for this invitation, Isabel and Ben. Ben really put some thought into this discussion and how it would evolve. So the Workforce Board, for folks who don't know, we're a tripartite board, equal parts business, labor, and government. And we look at the workforce development system as a whole, which includes K-12 education. And because we have that broad focus with a laser focus on employment and earnings outcomes for all Washingtonians, we pay attention to not just the trajectory of young people through to high school graduation and even to post-secondary, but what happens to them in the economy. And we've been looking over a number of years at a really disturbing trajectory of lowering labor force participation for young people especially. And some of that is about the economy, but a lot of that is about young people's inability to break through the doors of the economy. And so over the last few years, it's probably now 7 years, we have been keeping an eye on youth employment and what happens there. So career readiness is a big part of that. So you'll see a lot of excitement from our board members. I'm going to let Beth introduce herself, but to tell you who else will join us, Amy Anderson is Vice President for Government Relations for the Association of Washington Business. Caitlin Jekyll is with the Washington State Labor Council, and she is the liaison for the workforce development system. And then, of course, we'll have Perry England, who is our board chair, and he's a vice president at McDonald Miller, which is a development company, and has invested many years in supporting his K-12 system and linking McDonald Miller with K-12 and employment initiatives for his industry. So Beth, do you want to?
Good morning. My name's Beth Thu, and I'm out of Spokane, MJ. And I am a vice president on the Washington State Labor Council and represent labor on our board. And I'm very pleased and excited that you invited us. I'm looking forward to future collaborations with you.
So just because we have the time here, we've been
Hello,
thinking.
Robert, can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Oh, good. Robert, we ended up getting through our earlier segment a little bit quicker, so whenever you're ready, we actually are ready.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone, and it's a pleasure to have this opportunity to talk with you. My name is Francis Eberly, and Robert Hull is also here, and we'll kind of have to just move our computer around at various times when we talk with you. Robert is the director of our College Career and Civic Readiness Center, and his experience with CTE and career readiness comes from both from a practitioner point of view, but also from state policy. And my background, I'm the Deputy Executive Director here at NASBE, and I've been working with the Career and Technical Education Study Group and working with the various other associations here in DC around career readiness. So you have actually both of us today. And so I'm probably going to do most of the talking, and you can just see Robert here for a minute. But he'll be jumping in at various points or be available when we get to the question and answer part of our presentation. So I think we'll jump right in at this point. And I know it's a little bit awkward because we're kind of coming in virtually here. And I can see most of you, so and Ben and I talked briefly, and if you have a question, we'll try to answer it right then if we can see you. But either that or just jump in and we'll stop. So feel free to interrupt or ask a question as we go through this.
Yeah, for the board members.
What I'd like to do is give you some general background about why NASBE is interested in this, just so that you might get a sense of how that helps what your thinking is, a little bit about the context and the study group report itself, and then some other, well, I will call interesting data points or things that might influence or help you in your thinking as you process this idea about what is career readiness and what to do sort of as next steps. So let's see if we can get the slides to move. There we go. So some of you, probably most of you already know this, but we kind of have to do this as a sort of a self-promotion, and I'll do this very quickly. But in case you don't know, that we exist strictly to serve state boards of education. That's our focus and that's our goal. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about what you're doing, listening and learning, as well as trying to be assistants to you when we work on these things. Now, and in the area of career readiness, you know, you as state board members have the primary policy responsibilities for students in this area. Okay. I'm having a little difficulty changing the slide, so we'll get it. This next slide is some context for us, and we'll actually come back to this at the end. We're calling it a policy framework around standards, and essentially what it does is it helps us prioritize what we're working with in the areas of policy, how that connects to student learning, and my guess is that some of you may have seen this before, and I apologize if you have. But we find it as a really helpful context for grounding as we think about various policies. And so in the middle of this diagram is for us the student learning. So those are the standards or expectations, whatever the standards are that you have. And then there are a realm of policies that are related to it. So they connect in various ways. And that's really the key thing for us, is how do they align? So with career readiness, there are standards. Do they link with your existing, and I'm going to use, I always get in trouble with this, but let me define what I mean by this. When I say comprehensive schools, so what I mean by that is, you know, sort of the traditional school versus the CTE or technical pathways. So you might have Common Core standards or some other version of standards. And I actually know you have a Common Core. But so how do your CTE standards fit together, and how do they fit with these policy areas? So professional development for teachers, the expectations for students and teachers, the curriculum, the accountability system, and we'll go into more detail with this. But you can see that there's a coherence in the relationship of these to what students should know and be able to do, and then how they support that. And sometimes those things get misaligned, and that causes some difficulty from a school or district perspective. So we'll go to the next one. This is really quick. We do at NASBE here conduct study groups. These are the latest 3. And you were really focused on the last one around career readiness, and that's what we'll focus on. But I just wanted to make sure you knew that we do these on an ongoing basis. So why NASBE in college and career readiness or career readiness? I mean, just from a very basic point of view, you know, we look at where students end up after they leave secondary or tertiary education systems, right? And so much of that is things that you have authority over in improving students' lives or educational process. Also, a lot of states are looking at this right now. And we use the phrase college and career ready a lot, and there has not been as much focus on the career part as the college part. And then often it's about college readiness and maybe not career readiness. So the second issue here for us, and I think you probably are very aware of this, which is the sort of focus now on competency-based education and the Carnegie unit idea of sort of the traditional education. You've got to finish these courses. The CTE world, or the career world, has been much more focused on competency through their endpoint of certification for particular jobs or a technical field. In the Carnegie side, the traditional or comprehensive side of education, not so much, although it is starting to come in as people think about individualized learning or personalized learning. And it's actually starting to creep in from the workforce side, where adults can get sort of certifications for academic areas. And then the last one, or next to last one, I recently attended a summit of many around the country, people coming around the country from CTE, but also industry, policy, and other advocacy groups around where should CTE be going? What is career readiness in their context? And probably the best I could say, just to sum it up really quickly, is the system that they very much want change. They think the current structures that are in place are not serving as well as they might. And there's a lot of interest in changing this. Now, this is not everybody in the area, but essentially they want to think about how CTE becomes an integral part, and maybe even an acronym CTE goes away, and everybody's focused at some point on career readiness. Last has to do with authority. And this graphic here kind of explains that pretty clearly for us. And you can see that actually around the country, state boards of education really do have authority over the CTE standards. Okay, so let's move on. So now we'll talk about the study group report, or I'll talk about the study group report itself. You can see we just had a minute ago the participants, just if you're curious about who was involved. I know I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but you can see they're from various parts of the country. And then we can go to the next one. Just gives you a little bit of background about what happened and what's in the report. And hopefully you have a copy of the report itself, or I'll give you the access to the website for it here. But that's just another way to look at it here. So what state boards can do, and there's 3 basic recommendations, and then there's some resources and other organizations that you can connect with in terms of finding out more about them. So here's the 3 recommendations, and so I'll spend the bulk of my time talking about this. And the first 2 are really almost self-evident or kind of self-explanatory, but this notion of building knowledge and understanding of the various constituencies that are involved with careers and the effort around career education now, today. So you have there's the Board of Education in Washington State. There may be a CTE board or a group advisory committee that focuses just on that. There may be, I know there's a higher education board that focuses on that. There are probably workforce development boards or other groups that are very much interested in this. And basically what they were trying to point out in the report was to make sure you get a sense of the landscape, the context of what's going on in your state, who are the unique players that have committed to this or have been committed to this, and their level of alignment amongst them. Because it's not, they may be involved, but they may not be as focused together as they could be. So the second one, engage a broad spectrum of those stakeholders to define career readiness. First, let me just say that, it sort of makes sense to involve those folks. And generally, people are really very much interested in doing that. Although, once you start getting into details, that's when people start to kind of begin to get a little bit uncomfortable. And, with the CTE community, when you talk about, career readiness and looking at what that means, for some, their sort of antennas go up and they're, some cases get defensive because they're a little bit worried about change and whether what they're doing right now is not necessarily bad, but how it could be made better. And, you know, change is as you well know, change causes pushback, and I know you're familiar with that. But remember I said before that there is a sense in the community of career technical education that we should try to keep the strengths, the existing strengths of what's going on, and the weaknesses we should look to try to sort of move out and look at a way to do this. And so the one first step would be to define what career readiness actually is. And that may sound simple. It's not as simple as it could be. And the National Association of CTE Directors have looked at this, and you know, they came up with in 2013 that 14 states were, you know, had some sort of definition, and it was 20 states, and their last survey came out with 32 states. The challenge that exists there is that the definition is still primarily focused on sort of entry-level kinds of courses or credit-bearing courses, and not as focused on the career side. And so that's sort of the challenge. We're still kind of in that area of focusing on the college and not so much on the career. And also part of that confusion comes from, you know, this, we always say college and career, and there's been this push the last 10 years of saying all students need to go to college. And so our reform efforts, the college and career readiness, for some people that is actually kind of a reform effort. Whereas looking more closely to define what actually career readiness means. So the last area is probably the most interesting in the sense of, you know, so how do you kind of address this so that there's rigor, equity, alignment, and that it values what the work that you're doing. And what I want to jump to is a chart, as the next slide. And I know you're not going to be able to see this. I'm guessing you can't see it from where you're sitting on the screen. But this chart essentially comes from the Department, well, it comes from the Department of Labor, and it's based on 22 reports that they put together about what industry wants. And the tier one.
If I could take a minute for members, it's on page 56 of your report.
To be a good person. And then the next are the academic competencies. And then there are workplace competencies. Then you get into sort of industry-wide technical things, and then you get to tier 5. So you have industry-specific technical competencies. And there can be sort of differentiation between this 4 and 5, and I'll just mention one. I think you're probably really aware of it there. You know, the aerospace manufacturing, it can be quite different than the IT industry, although there are components that are really similar, you know, from the sort of design feature or the software and the functions that support the design. But there are very specific things. And but what I wanted to point out here is that the academic, the thing we think about most often with college-driven course programs, is that that's really at a tier 2. And tier 3 is where you begin to get into application transfer, creative thinking, problem solving. And I know part of your interest here is to think about whether the sort of term of deeper learning and how that might connect to this. And I think this is probably where it connects well. So it is a level of being able to sort of transfer the knowledge you have from an academic basis into the workplace. And I'll give you kind of an example, and it's maybe old at this point, but you know, we used to hear, I don't know, maybe you still hear from an industry perspective about the Chinese, you know, producing, and they still do, thousands and hundreds of thousands of engineers versus what the U.S. produces. You know, we're more in the tens of thousands. And there's a threat in that, obviously, if you're going to have lots of trained people and what they're going to be able to do. but then there's sort of the experts then will say, well, you know, the thing about the Chinese is that they really can think independently, work, and make some of their decisions on their own. And whether there's some truth in that or not, I can say that the Chinese are changing, that they are actually looking very differently at their educational system. But that can still affect us too, that we can have students who are so focused on a particular area and not be able to do anything beyond that. So, you know, an example could be, you know, in a mass transit system, and a transit technician can keep the trains running by, you know, monitoring the technical side and being able to sort of pay attention to that. But if there's a, you know, electrical short somewhere and it's starting to cause an overload, and what do they do with that information? Do they have enough sort of knowledge about the system and what to be able to do with it so that they know whether it's a safety issue, so it's a fire kind of a hazard, or is it a technical problem where they actually can work on it? And so being able to take your basic information and do something different with it is this tier 3 and up, and the academic is the important component here. So I'm going to actually go back to the third recommendation here now, because knowing that there's this sort of way to think about what students can learn, the report talks about, well, so what are the things that the boards can do? One is in the area of standards. You know, we mentioned that in that career, that leading standards framework. You know, how are those career readiness standards fit or aligned with your existing comprehensive or K-12 standards? Are they aligned? I can say, and you may have done this work in Washington, but a lot of states haven't, but with the new ESSA authorization, the Every Student Succeeds Act, one of the new requirements in there is that states do align those two. They align, if you haven't done the alignment between the CT standards and your comprehensive standards. But are there bridges between the two? You know, one is really more technically oriented, the other may be more, well, certainly more academically oriented, and there's obviously some overlap. But are there bridges? What might bridge it? And I think that perhaps the deeper learning skills or principles is a potential bridge. And then there's that debate about, you know, how much does a pathway, a student that's focused and career-oriented, how much academic do they need? And then, which we don't do a lot with on the college track students, how much career work they do. And I can just speak from, actually, I don't know why I'm using so many engineering examples, but from an engineering school, if students leave high school and go in engineering programs, many of them today start with their freshman year in college with projects, having students doing projects and using materials rather than the academic side. So there's that sort of area that to have some effect. Assessment is another area that they talk about in the report. You know, there's such a variety of assessments and opportunities to look at whether it's the traditional summative assessments, you know, Smarter Balance, which is a new type of assessment, but it's still academically focused, versus or in compatibility with the CTE certification assessments. You know, how do we handle the student that perhaps gets a certification so they can start a career versus and doesn't do well on the academic one assessment? You know, and who takes the test when? So there's a number of things in this area that state boards could look at, and this is again where that tension of competency-based and the Carnegie unit-based system kind of conflict, and also there's not a lot of guidance on this, but the ESSA, the new federal law, does allow states to look at assessment systems in new ways. So there's some opportunity there. It's a big task, but it is an opportunity there. Another area is accountability. The expectations for students. So that's graduation requirements, cut scores, those kinds of things. how focused are those, career focused are those indicators? And that the deeper learning may also be a bridge in there. And then the last area is teacher preparation and development. Who are your teachers in the career classes? And I know this is a big issue around the country, is are there enough of them? And how difficult it is to staff those classrooms. And so how are they prepared? And so just to really sum up, I kind of like to go back to this framework and just think about, again, the standards in the middle, and then how those policies are related to those learning standards. So the final sort of view of the report is to sort of look at this from a holistic point of view, but work strategically. So pick the areas that make sense to you to start and see that they're grounded in some fashion that allows you to move forward without and having some coherence in the system. So that's the quick. And I know I'm trying to stay with time here. Sort of overview of the study group report. What I'd like to do, actually I'll stop. Are there any questions about that portion?
Any questions from members? I think we're all right here if Robert wants to move forward.
Okay, great. So the other thing I want to do is just throw some data points out here for you. They come from different sources, and I'll tell you what they are. Because I think it helps sort of think about career readiness. This is from a report from the Center for Public Education. It was released earlier this year. And they actually looked at students and career readiness from what the students were doing. What education did they pursue, not sort of from a theoretical context or, rhetoric about, students all need to go to college or, career is the most important track and so forth. And this finding was really very interesting in that most students seem to, at some point, do go on to tertiary level education. Now, they don't all finish, but you can see that by age 26, 88% of students have looked at or begun some sort of program. So there is interest there. Are we preparing them well enough is a different issue, but okay, so let's go to the next one. And here's some reasons why they didn't go. And I think you have to go, yeah. So this you may not be able to see really well, but the top reason for not wanting to go on to tertiary level has to do with finances. There's probably no surprise there. The other is kind of a combination of things. It's in the fine print at the bottom about if they're having a child or child care or marriage or taking a break or undecided military, those kinds of things. And you can see having a job already is a major factor. So the actual size of the population that doesn't go on for some other level of education at this point is not as large as some might say. Okay, so let's go to the next one. And this chart is also from the same report, and here they're looking at the kind of characteristics of whether you're employed, long-term unemployed, hourly wage, employer offers medical insurance down the column side, and then across the top, if you have a low-credentialed non-college enrollees or high-credentialed non-college enrollees, and then college enrollees. And what's interesting about this one is if you look at just the top row, employed full-time, that those with high credentials, non-college enrollees, they're actually at a higher employment than the college enrollees at this point. And if you look at hourly wage, that's actually higher. And it's an initial wage, it's not a long-term wage. And, offers medical insurance. The areas where it's not where you might, it's not as highly rated as has to do with retirement fund and if they've received public assistance or not. But what I think is kind of surprising is that, for for some anyway, that the college isn't necessarily for everybody, and we kind of know that, but how do we prepare students so that they're moving into that high credentialed certification if they're not planning on a college?
We have a question here.
Sure.
Connie, go ahead.
Yeah, Francis, can you define the low credentialed non-college enrollees and the high credentialed? I know that was in one of the other reports that you provided.
Yes, I can send the actual reference for that, but some examples might be plumbing, for example, might be a low credential or an assistant, and a high credential might be more of a technician. But I'll send the reference to make sure and make sure you get a good answer for that.
Yeah, you had it. It was the grades and the quality of the coursework, high school coursework that was taken. There were a number of factors. Do you remember what those were? And then also three consecutive courses in the same vocational area, so that they're actually prepared when they graduate from high school. Remember?
Yeah. Well, what they're looking at here are the credentialed students, or students that they're getting credentials. So they're in a particular pathway for a credential. So they had to get there. They had to get their credential, and then they would show up in this result. So they were able to succeed in those courses. I don't have information about how they did, say, in the traditional high school, how their grades were and so forth, but they had to get a credential to show up here. Okay. Well, why don't we go on to the next one? I want to be sensitive to time. And here's a little bit about background to your question about what is it that we should be doing to help these students. And so obviously providing good guidance on these certifications and which ones are most valued. And usually in this particular report, they really showed the importance of mathematics, and not just sort of core mathematics, but algebra, and in some cases algebra 2, which I thought was very surprising myself. But and then obviously focusing the courses around your market. What's the labor market in your area? They did have higher grades, and also science was very important for these fields. This next slide, you may have seen this before in the presentation, and I apologize if you have, but just really quickly, it emphasizes the importance of just the academic learning from a language side. And if you look on the left, what it is the difficulty of the reading that it's expected in these particular workforce areas. So what they call lexile. And so there's one automotive service and technicians. They're talking about requiring about 14 years of school, and then lexile is at this 1,400. And then if you look over to the right, the market research analysts and marketing specialists, video game designers is lower, even though they have a higher expectation for education. So you may or may not have necessarily the highest level of education, or your job may not be perceived as valuable, but actually you have to be well prepared to be able to do that job. And so I wanted to just give you a couple more things. So it's in terms of trends. And this is probably the most difficult thing, and states are struggling with this, which is this alignment between how to make this match. How do you get the career readiness to the workforce component? And there's a lot of variation between states and states, between states in what the workforce projections are. Your demand is going to be, or your expectations in Washington are quite different than Idaho or Montana, or Wyoming, and even Oregon. So really knowing, and I think you actually have some great resources in Washington around from the industry perspective. Know what the expectations are, and then make sure they get the right training. So how do you get the right sorts of courses that help them move into these areas? And so it goes to alignment, again, alignment of the system, the context with which you're working, what's the market, the labor market, what the schools are doing, and then making sure the appropriate education match there. Okay, so this slide, I've circled where you guys are. It's a look, kind of a look back. And the 2015 report isn't out yet, and they weren't willing to share it with me, the National Association of Career Technical Education Directors, just yet. But it just sort of says this is what state boards or states are looking at right now. And you can see in 2014, and that's where you're circled in red, you also looked at funding. And I can't tell you what you worked on last year per se, but I'm sure you know. You also worked in graduation requirements and the standards and accreditation. That's why I don't know if you've already looked at the alignment between the standards. But what's kind of interesting about this list is if you look at them, the graduation requirements, although you did look at them, the sort of the items at the lower end that were less frequent are the more challenging in terms of academic alignment, sort of program alignment. The ones on top are challenging for other reasons, but the sort of educational system ones are at the bottom there. Okay, so next one. Now, I may be going a little bit out on a limb here, but I just wanted to kind of share some of the things that came out of that summit of career and technical education leaders around career readiness. You know, they were talking about CTE as not being a part of the term CTE, not being as a part of the high school students program, that they're just part of high school. And then in your high school, there isn't a separate CTE. And so that was part of this vision. They actually wanted the word, those initials to go away. Only some people did. But there's a lot of worry about if it leaves and what's in place, what fills in behind it. But to actually get, you know, it's just high school. And there is a career component and not the second sort of pathway. This notion of pathways for individual, and these slides, just as a little bit of background, after each of them, I put in a reference that talks a little bit more about it, and I can give you those if you'd like. The next one was Pathways for Individual Learning program for all students. So that's the personalized learning, and you know, again, the CTE world is much better at this than the traditional college track. But how do you develop an individual program for all students? And then this last one is kind of an example of that, and that's the micro-credentialing, which again is much more common in the CTE world. But there is a pattern or a trend now where certifications are starting to get being awarded for academic achievement. And you know, it's not the Carnegie unit, but really, what is it that you know? And they're mostly in the online world right now. So you can get certain accounting kinds of certifications or other kind of business certifications and not have to go to business school. So whether that continues or not, but that seems to be something that's kind of appearing on the side. And so that's that Carnegie unit competency-based component. So I don't know if that's going to continue, but that's sort of some things that are going on right now. And then just to kind of wrap up with some things you could do, and I'm not going to say you should do one or the other, but you know, define this career readiness in your current context. Certainly something you can do. This next one is really around data. My guess is you probably have some good data there. The standards work, you know, the SSA is sort of pushing in that direction anyway. You know, program approved teachers, how they're being prepared, graduation requirements, and funding mechanisms. So you can see these are kind of foundational levers and sort of keeps you moving in this direction. So with that, Robert and I are both available to answer questions, and hopefully that was helpful for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have questions from members here? Janice.
I'm going to move this so you can at least see Robert.
Okay. No, I'm not one of these things.
One of the topics that we've discussed is the equivalency of rigor
between CTE standards and academic standards, and I wonder if you have any guidance for us about that.
Let me just rephrase so I make sure I heard that correctly. It was a little broken up. You were wondering about whether you could provide any guidance about the rigor of CTE courses versus or just the rigor of those courses, yes?
Yeah, it's the equivalency question around rigor. Equivalency between academic and CTE standards.
You want to jump in?
Well, this is Robert. I would just I would mention that last week or 2 weeks ago, perhaps, I had the opportunity to look at a school in Maryland which has tackled that issue quite aggressively, and they actually have the district has a program whereby students are in a week of AP courses, advanced placement courses, and international baccalaureate courses, followed by the next week they are actually in their career pathway CTE courses, and they alternate throughout the year, and they have seen remarkable increase of the rigor of both academic and CTE by pairing the two together and having common expectations among those two programs. So if you'd like, I'd be happy to put you in contact with the folks that you can take a look at that program. But that is a fine example of how the rigor in either program enhances the other, because, you know, I think it's a symbiotic relationship, that there are some examples you can look at that you have high rigor perhaps in the career or technical courses, more so than the academic. I know the examples that I have, and so I don't think it's necessarily a one-way street, but I think it's both working together so that the standards are aligned that require a high level of attainment by all students. So if that would be helpful, I'll be glad to send along some examples of places that I think have done a remarkable job of that.
That would be great.
I do think the alignment between current CTE standards and what the state's looking at for its, I use that word comprehensive, but its Common Core or otherwise, how closely are they related, and are the expectations similar? And they may not be similar all the way through grade 10, or they may be, depending on the area, but it is a really difficult thing. It is.
Eleni. Thank you. So most of your presentation was really about CTE as a career readiness vehicle, but career readiness is so much broader than that and goes to the early grades if we do it right. Did your group come up with any recommendations that go beyond CTE?
Well, this is, I guess, partly the dilemma I think we're in, where most places think about career readiness in the context of CTE. However, there are schools that do career readiness curriculum or programs, lessons in the elementary. And that's where, when I mentioned about this idea of CTE just going away, that career readiness then becomes a part of the program that all students experience. And so part of it might be at the elementary level, then moving into the middle school, you're doing more of it. And then as they begin to choose pathways, they know better about where they would like to go. So, yeah, I think so the group didn't define career readiness because they felt that that's really a state-focused way or a state opportunity, and but they didn't use CTE as the context for where we are now.
If I might add to that, the information that Francis has shared with you today is primarily the report of the study group, and you are exactly right that their primary focus tended to be, as you stated, more around the overt career technical end of it. However, here at NASBE, we have the Center for College Career and Civic Readiness that we're doing other work around career readiness that is not a part that report does not reflect. We have a model of leading around standards that says that the standards should not just be the academic requirements for students, but for a student to be college, career, and civically ready, we base that upon the knowledge, the skills, and the dispositions which a student must own. And really, the career readiness is more on the dispositions that the students must know, the self-regulation, the problem solving, the collaboration, the communication skills that are a part of the standards rather than just the academic standards. So we have a great deal of work going on in that that's not reflected in this report. I believe that the request was to present that report, which was rather limited, but we do have other work that's going on around defining those dispositions that make a child what we're calling college, career, and civic ready. And the career and civic readiness pieces are embedded in the dispositions that a student and exhibit. And the difficulty is not necessarily just in defining them, but we're working with states and trying to figure out how do we measure those, how can we quantify them, and then how can we hold schools and students responsible for that. And we're working with various states in networks and in small groups to get that work done. And we have a few opportunities that are coming up for states to join some of that discussion around deeper learning as a part of that. And there is some funding available, so if you are interested in approaching that or looking at that, we'd be happy to engage in that conversation. As a matter of fact, we have a webinar. It's called a Bidders Conference this afternoon at 3 for states that are interested in applying for funding to help do that work in your state. So that's a commercial message for the stipends, but we indeed are doing that work, but it lies outside of this particular study group.
Yeah, actually, that would be new in your time.
I just have a follow-on question to that. Along with trying to define and both how we define career readiness and understanding how they fit into a standard that's K-12, are there any states that are tackling, and it looks like there are maybe on the high school end, but really tackling how do we assess or measure career readiness K-12? Are any, I see a smile, are any of the states tackling that issue as well?
Yes, well, there are some examples of states doing some work around that and defining beyond the academic standards how to do that. And we have worked with some states both in our own networks as well as networks through the Innovation Lab Network and some other folks that are actively involved in that. And I think the definition piece has been is pretty far along in many states, but as you say, it's how you measure that, and then how do you incorporate that as a part of an accountability system. And there are some really good core states that are doing that work. I would point you to work that's been done in Kentucky and work that's been done, some in Delaware, some in Maryland, and we would be happy to provide some good resources for you, or either offline or have that discussion about some places to look for as an example. But yes, that work it's still being developed. It's new. As a matter of fact, when you say new, I'm thinking in the last 10 years people have begun to think about that. But I really think that state boards are perched right now to do some really good work in that area with the ESSA. ESSA is going to put back into state boards' wheelhouse decisions that they can make that define at your state what you mean by college, career, and civically ready, and how you account for that, and how you hold students and schools accountable and districts accountable for that. As a matter of fact, two particular provisions of ESSA that will help you in that is there is a requirement that your academic standards and your CTE standards have to now be coordinated. You have to align your CTE standards with your academic standards, and I think that will go a long way to saying, look, we're not about CTE, we're not about academic, we're about producing students who are college and career and civically ready. And the second piece of the ESSA I think that will be beneficial is now states will be required to include an accountability factor that is not academic, that you can go beyond and include, you have to go ahead and go beyond and include something in that area. So I think that that work is poised to not just be important, but that would now be a federal requirement that work be done. So I think that you'll see a lot more movement there, and I also believe there's just opportunities to collaborate with other states to form networks to do this stuff collaborative through NASBE and other organizations.
Yeah, I know there are schools that are doing this, but from a state perspective, I'm not sure. What I'm going to do, just to extend this, is to ask some questions here and see if I can give you an answer, and I'll forward those answers to you. If there are some states that have looked at this K-12 from career readiness. And I'll be asking, there's 2 other groups that we can ask to see if they can give us some idea. We'll send that to you.
Great, thank you. Are there other questions? Yes, Beth.
This is more of a clarification. When you showed the economic success on low-credentialed non-college enrollees, you used plumbers. And in the state of Washington, most of our traditional building trades apprenticeship programs are 4 years or more in training. So I would say that would be highly credentialed non-college enrollees. I just want that clarification because our plumbers, our boilermakers, our welders, all of them go through more than, many of the programs are more than 4 years, so.
Yeah, well, thank you for the clarification. It is different, but yes, thank you.
Other questions? Any comments? Well, oh yes, Holly.
So I'm looking back at this slide, the percentage of high school graduates who don't attend a 2 or 4 year university, and I'm looking at, it is a small number, that 12% by the time they're 26. And I'm wondering if there's any similar data that you know of or place you can point us where we would look at non-high school graduates, because that's not, you have to add that percentage to this. I guess what I'm wondering is that the students that don't walk out of high school with that diploma, what happens to them? How do they re-enter back into that, or do they at all? Is that such a barrier that they can't get back in?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. That's a good one. I actually don't know, but again, we'll see if we can find out an answer for you.
Thank you.
Connie.
I would really encourage us to take advantage of this opportunity for the deeper learning stipend. This not only fits into this career readiness aspect, but also this afternoon we're going to be taking a look at another big picture school, which really focuses on deeper learning and really fits in with our work well. Thank you.
I think we're in conversations or considering we should talk about doing the stipend or taking advantage of the stipend tomorrow. And then I also was thinking during our conversation and listening to the presentation about who, along with the workforce board, what other partners would we likely need at the table when we're trying to define and tackle our understanding of what's career readiness for K-12, and thinking about the State Board for Community and Technical Colleges is one partner I think would be key as well in this conversation. And so it's just something to keep in mind as we think about how we move forward with this work. So with that, I just wanted to extend a huge thank you to the team at NASBE, both you and Robert and Francis, for putting this presentation together and being willing to continue a conversation with you and getting some technical support as we try to define for ourselves in Washington State what is career readiness, because it is a really important gap that we need to address here in terms of how we really define for ourselves and for our students and our families what we mean by career readiness. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you very much for letting us do this, and we look forward to helping in any way that we can.
Okay. Thanks. So just to, sorry, and I meant to say this before we got into this presentation here, but we're actually going to take a little bit of a break before the next part of our not presentation, but before we do a deep dive into discussion about career readiness with our colleagues here from the Workforce Board. And so we have about 20 minutes. Do you still? If we want to do 15, I think everybody's here, right? So So we'll keep with our early schedule here. So we'll do 15 minutes. So if you could be back by 9:55, that would be great. Thank you. Great, so I think we'll get started. So what we had in mind at this point was an open conversation and a chance to reflect on the presentation we heard from NASBE. So some of the members may remember, but just to remind folks, on page 47, we had some questions that we queued up for this next part of our discussion. You're not limited to these questions, so please don't feel hindered by these at all, but we just wanted to have some queued up for you. I was wondering if we could maybe take a minute here and for the rest of the Workforce Board members who are here, board members, if they wanted to do a quick introduction and so we know who everyone is, and then we'll move on to this next piece.
Y'all heard from me. I'm Eleni Papadakis, Executive Director of the Workforce Board.
Perry England, the Chair for the Workforce Board.
Caitlin Jekyll, Washington State Labor Council, representing labor.
You heard from me, Beth Thu, Spokane.
Amy Anderson, Association of Washington Business, representing business.
Great, thank you so much. I should say that we have also been giving some consideration for applying, I mentioned before, to the Deeper Learning Grant that NASBE is putting out on this issue around career readiness. And so perhaps it's something to consider as we're having this conversation with the Workforce Board is, whether we want to participate and apply for that Deeper Learning Grant. So at this point, I want to extend an invitation to our visitors to offer some thoughts after looking at or sitting in on this presentation, and to remind that this part of our board meeting is really going to be a discussion. It's not necessarily a presentation. So to say we're not putting you on the spot, but just to help us lead that initial part of our conversation. Thank you. Does someone want to start?
I'll just do a quick response, and you sort of heard it in my question. I was really pretty disappointed that the focus of the presentation was on CTE, because career readiness is not just broader, but it's so much more meaningful in helping young people achieve economic success, and it really does need to start so much earlier at a younger age. And we need to think about exciting young people about the career possibilities ahead, and especially for our vulnerable and disenfranchised young people. They don't have access to that. And we talk a lot about equity and access, but we don't talk about it in terms of giving kids a vision of a successful future. And that's kind of what I'm hoping we lead to in our conversations today.
I'll echo that. In reading the homework that we were given, the Career Readiness Partnership Council had a definition, and to me it was a better definition. It was a lot less siloed.
Trey.
Ditto to both of your comments, but I think I'm really happy that we are doing this together, because perhaps what this says is we can develop something together. I know you have things and we probably have some stuff, but and there's other people that could be around the table, but I was flipping through the summaries of states and what they've done. Some states have done different things around this, and I think it's a real opportunity for us to send a loud message to our legislature about what we want to see, and that it is more than CTE. And so I'm hoping, this is in the career part, something I've been talking about, or the lack thereof, probably for about a year now. Every time this comes up, I'm usually one of the ones to say, well, the career is not, what is the career? And so there's no golden nugget. I was preparing for this meeting and just hoping that someone was just going to say, here it is, this is how you do it. And what and what I didn't get that, I said, well, you know what, Trey, as so goes life. And so, but I really hope that this will be the start of us working with our stakeholders. There's a lot of other stakeholders, teachers, WASDA, so many others, to just decide what we want it to mean in Washington State, and then send that message to the legislature so that we get the policies that support implementation.
I'd like to add to that as well. AWB is the state's Chamber of Commerce. So we represent almost 8,000 businesses in all industry sectors across the state. And we hear about career readiness, basic employability skills, not only from our agricultural manufacturers, but from our very large manufacturers who employ four-year degree holders, graduate holders. And from those four-year degree graduate holders, we hear from those big manufacturers that we have to overstaff on every Thursday that a large game manufacturer releases a game, because we know we will have a large percentage of our employees calling in sick the next day. And we hear that from our career and technical college degree holder employers as well. So it is not only bridging the spectrum of industries and jobs, but also how do we then do that, integrate that into our education system across the board.
Holly. Peter and then Holly.
So the mere fact that we have at the table representatives of labor and the workforce development and NASBE is encouraging to me. So this is terrific, and hope we can continue it. This is partly a comment and partly a question. One of the entry points on this issue for the state board are the indicators of educational health. There are 6 of them, if my board members remember, and there was one that's called post-secondary attainment, where at least this printout I have says TBD on it, because we have not yet defined this. And this is an entry point for the state board, both because we have the responsibility, I believe, of developing the measure, and because it provides for the state as a policy matter a measurement area, and then actually a requirement for the state board as these indicators roll out to recommend to the legislature if an indicator shows that further work is needed, to actually make policy recommendations and legislative recommendations to the legislature. So I just kind of want to point that out, and I would love to hear both from our staff and from other members around the table where we are in terms of that measure, and whether this is an opportunity to blend in career readiness in terms of post-secondary attainment, because it's college and career. And it seems to me this is a point of beginning, at least, in terms of, because in order to measure something, of course, you have to have a standard, you have to decide what that means. So sort of 2 questions in there. One is this an opportunity? And then secondly, where are we and where should we head?
Holly, do you want to go next? And then we'll respond back, Peter, to your.
I had a couple things I've been thinking about. One is that as we have these discussions and kind of continue to think this through, I noticed that there's been a third C added in some of the dialogue, and I really like it, because the college career and civic readiness keeps us in mind the other purpose for educating our students, right, which is that cultural competency, that cultural literacy, so they can live a full life and be a full participant, right? It's not just to be ready to go out and be gainfully employed. So I really like that, and I don't want that to feel like some added thing that we're assessing, but I think it just keeps us mindful, keeps us real a little bit. So that's a comment. And then responding to what Eleni said a few minutes ago about starting in the earlier grades, and this is something, it's not just CTE, right? This is about incorporating, overtly teaching the dispensations that we're looking for. And it takes me back to what Dr. Anderson said in his opening comments today, and I wrote it down because I liked it so much, where he said the definition of rigor is being involved in a program that changes your belief about what you're capable of achieving. And that does not start in 9th grade. So somehow, maybe we need to take that sentence and kind of keep that in the forefront of our conversations as well. And then my final thought quickly, at some point, Jeff, I would encourage you to share your thinking, because as we go forward, and this comes back to what Peter was saying too, kind of pulling the two of those together, it is, to me, utterly imperative that as we move forward with this work, we have to do this with partners.
Judy, and then MJ.
Yeah, very, very briefly, I just wanted to kind of piggyback. I didn't realize that's what Holly was going to share, but I just had a grandson who's graduating from high school this year say, "Why did I have to take this stuff? It'll never mean anything." Well, you know, I mean, how many of us have heard that? And I think that dispensation piece is really important as a former educator, that teachers, you know, there has to be some reason we're doing this. And I think it's really imperative that as part of instruction, that kids find out why and how it applies. And so that it's a lot more concrete for them well, I'm learning this because this is how it'll do it. So applied learning is huge, even starting as early as kindergarten. So I would just encourage, all of our stakeholders to really hone in on that, because that's where it begins.
MJ, and then.
So I am just thrilled, number one, that this is my first meeting and we're talking about this in such a big way, because this is such a passion of mine. Having kids on both ends of the spectrum in education, having a kiddo that's a sophomore in college at a community college, I have often felt that what is our intent of our educational system? You know, isn't it to get our kiddos to a place where they can have career success? And yet, I often think that we kind of have done these silos with education. And I'm a golfer, so I'm going to probably give you guys lots of golf analogies. But in learning golf, a lot of times, they separated the mental from the physical. And you can't successfully separate those. And I feel like we've done that in education. We've separated the intent, the outcome goal from our process and our systems. And yes, we want rigor, we want high attainment, and education, academia are all part of that. But again, I think, and I'm so glad that you all are here today to help us to really think about what is our focus of our educational systems. And I love that our goal 3 says career and college readiness. It starts with career. And I'd love to see even a look at our vision, possibly, you know, go along with that and parallel that, because I think we need to be very intentional. If we have systems that assess continually the academia only, we're setting up our whole system to focus only on that, and I think we've heard that. So I just wanted to make a statement in my first meeting. I just think this is just thrilling for me that this is what we're talking about, and I don't think it's by chance, and I'm really glad to be a part of that.
Caitlin. Right, so I have a couple comments. First, I think Peter started hitting on it, and Beth did as well in her question, about really what is an outcome, and where do some of these things like apprenticeship programs and things lie in what we're measuring and that being an employment outcome. And so I think that's an important part of the conversation. Don't know that we have an answer, but hearing his report really brought up a question of where are we seating some of these different education models. The other thing I wanted to comment on was that he talked about in the report sort of high-level math being something that in the more technical fields keep being reported that folks need. And in talking to our apprenticeship programs, I know that math is one of the hugest sticking points that they're constantly encountering, but it's not about having folks move up the ladder of math and adding more and more math classes, but it's about having math be a continual conversation throughout the entirety of education. And algebra is really the core piece that they need, but they need it to be constantly applied, constantly a part of what they're doing, not taking algebra in 9th grade, but having algebra woven throughout their whole entire academic experience so that it's really a skill set when they're going into the career, not a class that they took a few years ago. And getting higher up and more trigonometry and things of that nature aren't going to be the answer to that higher level math question that the report indicated.
Connie?
Yeah, a question on the Common Core standards. Isn't that one of the things that we're trying to do, is to weave algebra through the entire educational experience? So we should see some changes, right, in the next generation of kids coming through. And my favorite story is about Goldie Blocks. It's a game. It's like a toy for girls in particular, but it's based on engineering principles that they start with preschoolers and build up with it. Pretty cool.
Beth?
Just one more comment about, if, you know, we're talking about it's more than high school or middle school and going down to blocks and stuff. To add to your, what we are hoping you will establish is by starting it in younger grades, one of the things we talk about is lifelong learning. And if you start it young, then it is a career and it is a lifelong. I might start here, but what's the next step? What's the next step? And in the workforce board, we talk a lot about lifelong learning, and that mental attitude towards learning is no longer that 1950s, I've got my degree and I'm done, you know. So just that's one more thing to put on your mantle to if you could just solve that problem too, that would be great.
So I'm going to jump in here.
I wrote it down, so.
With a couple of thoughts. So in the break, Jeff and then Holly and I were in this conversation that was sort of queued up by my question to Francis and Robert about both defining and assessing, you know, what is college career readiness and how do we assess progress towards meeting that standard or that definition. But it leaves, again, like there's that gap in between. How are we going to implement something like this? So we, at the state level, especially at our level, often talk about the bookends, as Jeff talked about it. We talk about the bookends, but we don't really ever get into like the down and dirty work about thinking about like what does it look like on the ground, because that's where our practitioners really need support, and what can we do at the state level to support movement towards that goal or that definition or integration of these new ideas and a new focus into the work, everyday work that they're doing K-12, right? So, you know, thinking about that. And the other thought that I wanted to bring up, and I was sad that we didn't get to this slide, but one piece for me that's, you know, an important issue is this issue around equity. And so we know, like, we didn't see any data around this, but one bullet point that was in one of the slides that had been queued up but not discussed is this, that black non-college enrollees less likely to get a good job than similar prepared white and Hispanic non-college enrollees. And like, we don't talk enough about you know, this is, I'm sure, just the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg in terms of when you actually disaggregate the data, what is happening to our students of color, especially those who are in the gap, in terms of real access to what is career readiness, right? Because we know that there are a lot of non-traditional ways to become career ready that they may not have access to, our students may not have access to. So I think that's a really important discussion to have as well. Judy.
I just had a question. To what extent are the college preparation and teacher preparation programs involved in, you know, in getting this underway? Because I mean, I think that has a whole lot to do with where we all want to go, is how are our teachers prepared? How do they, see that, and I think that's something that really has to happen.
Trey? Oh, sorry, Amy.
one of the things that well, first of all, I would encourage you as you're going through with these conversations, and possibly if you talk about this deeper learning opportunity, make sure that you do have employers in that conversation. We've had a lot of good experience and good outcomes in Spokane, where Beth is from, integrating the conversation between business and K through 12. It's a tough one at first. It's a blame game at first, where we're not providing, the schools are not providing the level of education, math, for example, that our businesses need. Well, it's incumbent upon our businesses to tell the schools, what does that mean? Does that mean Algebra 1, Algebra 2? Does that mean you need drafting skills? Does that mean you need basic measurement skills? So making sure that the businesses are a part of that, I think, is critical. And as I said, very successful in Spokane. One of the outcomes that we had when we did a conversation between, I think it was 75 high school teachers and counselors, they came to the conclusion after we talked to them about what it meant to be career ready, or career ready was, well, we went to school to go back to school. We don't know what it means to be in a business. So there are a lot of ways to address that. Teacher externships, having, mentorships, industry tours, those types of things. There's a myriad of solutions for that, but making sure that that is part of the conversation. And you don't see it in our teacher training schools. We do a lot of work around making sure those teachers go into the classroom to learn how to teach, but applying those skills is another piece. So how do we now integrate our businesses into that teacher training aspect as well? And again, a myriad of solutions to that. How you go about it, though, is starting the conversation.
Trey.
I think for me, I feel that having worked with teachers in the classroom in different settings, teachers are tactically doing some of this stuff because they just know it makes for a good human being. The way they structure their classrooms, the way they set up the tables, the way they receive and give input. However, as long as our state continues to have very limited measurements for student success, so if we only have SBAC as our measure of success, well, what are people going to do? And those stakes are, when I say people, I mean teachers, principals, schools, all that. And I think it's more than just teachers. The school and a school community has a whole bunch of different folks in it, as we know, including counselors and so forth, so on. But I get a sense that one of the disadvantages or unintended consequences of raising standards in the name of things like Common Core has really shifted the field to where they're too focused on that, even so much so that the president and the secretary, I think, released something saying reducing testing time, and even though Common Core and all that is kind of came out of their administration, but now they still believe in that. But there's also this recognition that I think unintended consequences have overly shifted the field in that direction. And so in New Jersey, I was reading that they actually passed a law, I believe it passed, where they're going to include what they are defining as career readiness, which goes beyond CTE, in their state report card. And so now you start measuring that, then all of a sudden people start paying attention. So I think, like I said, tactically, I think some things are going on, private-public partnerships, but I think wholesale, the more we overemphasize, in my opinion, certain assessments, the less those things get paid attention to. And then the same thing with the early learning. I think we're saying, oh, let's start it early, but what are we measuring at a state level in those grades? It certainly isn't career ready. So I think as we continue to grapple with high standards, rigor, I'm going to steal that definition. That was the greatest thing from that whole presentation. I'm going to start using that. But as a state board of education, as your group and other groups, I think we have an opportunity in this moment to change that narrative. If we were saying we want this stuff, then a big part of the strategy, not tactical, is assessments. Because whatever you're going to measure me on, it's like my job or something else I'm doing, I'm an overperformer, as you probably know or can tell. And so I want to know, what is success? And if you say, well, this is what we're measuring on, all those other things are important and nice, but I'm going to probably overemphasize the things that the state, the district, the feds, and whomever else is measuring me on. So I think that's what's happening in our system as a state. And so I really would like to connect this conversation to our continued assessment conversation and the role of tests and assessments and so forth, so on, because I think they're intertwined from a statewide strategy standpoint. Again, not to dismiss the great work that's going on in a lot of classrooms in this area, but for those teachers that are doing it, where do they get credit for that? Where does that count for their evaluation as it relates to the state? So I just think we have to really think from a strategic standpoint on this issue, and we really do have an opportunity as a state to be a leader in this area. And lastly, we're in a state, at least in the Puget Sound, that has a heavy tech job, not the whole state, but I'm speaking now Puget Sound, yet they can't find the kids locally to get the jobs. And so, you know, it's just like it's really frustrating to know that our local kids, we have now space living on space kind of created out of the Puget Sound. We got all kind of amazing things. And the kids in our schools can't be part of that. And so I think we really, and then there's other industry in our state, so I don't want to dismiss the other industries in this vast state, but I really do, and excuse the length of this, but I really feel more passionately now than ever that we really got to look at, we keep repeating the same thing over and over and calling it different names. And I really am getting to and when I say we, I'm just speaking universally. And I'm really getting to a point where I'm like, okay, I don't want to do the same thing, call it a different name. I want to do something different that's meaningful, that on the other end of it, I can see our kids get those jobs, our kids create those companies, and that gap that is growing between the poor and the have-nots and our state is reversed. So sorry, it's just a really frustrating part for me, but it's also an opportunity, I think, for us to really be bold and to not do the same things and call them different acronyms.
Yes, Caitlin.
Hearing you guys talk, it sounds like so many of the conversations that we've been having working on implementing the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. Is that familiar to you all? That's something on the workforce side, new workforce legislation dealing with folks with barriers to employment or folks who are re-entering the job market after job loss. And a big thing that we've been talking about is making those connections between training programs and industry, and how are we going to make sure that the stuff is really booming in our area, that we're preparing people in the right direction for that. And so it's really interesting to hear you guys having the same conversation. And one of the things that we hit on as we were talking about better industry engagement, better business partnerships, that all these different entities are knocking on the same doors and saying, Economic Development Council wants to talk to you, WorkSource wants to talk to you, and now, hey, the K-12 system wants to talk to you. And one of the goals that came out of this implementation effort is that we need to better streamline all these different entities that want to talk to you. And let's talk to you in the same targeted way. And so it's sounding like if we're discussing how these boards can better work together, we need to be expanding our scope of who needs to be having that industry partnership and looping you guys in on that effort as well. Not to say that we found the answer, but just said we need to better work together to make sure that we're knocking on the same door together in a targeted and meaningful way.
MJ.
So I appreciate, Trey, your comments, and it made me think about, I've had the opportunity to co-chair our Business Education Committee for the Spokane Valley Chamber, actually, and so we've been having a lot of discussions around this topic. And we also have a CTE advisory board, a great CTE advisory board. And so, and they meet with businesses and employers and constantly, they've been working on this, and that's what's going on right now. So there's great work being done. However, it's not transcending and changing our system. And in fact, they've kind of felt like their toes have gotten stepped on a little bit because we're so focused on this area. And yet it seems like it's a different scope. They're focused on curriculum, but it's only transcending into the CTE teachers. It doesn't seem to be kind of going across wide. And so I think, again, that's a good reminder of our intentionality and how we set up our systems of assessments and stuff. So The other thing that I think Amy mentioned is how important it is to make sure we are hearing from our employers and our business owners. And that's one of the other things that being in that position has afforded me, is to hear from them directly. And there is a miss. And just like Trey mentioned, there are jobs that are going unfilled. And we have a large manufacturing sector in our area, and great jobs, great starting pay jobs, machinists, possibly kids can get into with certifications, whether just out of high school or with degrees, 4-year, 2-year degrees. And those jobs are going unfilled. And so it's not just going to be it's not just an education issue. It's a workforce, it's a labor issue, because without those skilled laborers to fill those jobs, our jobs will go elsewhere to find, good labor. So we are hearing that from the employers. There is a miss right now. They're not getting what they need out of either our high school systems or even sometimes, even after a 4-year degree. We're still not hitting those careers. So just wanted to point on that. And I just have to also give you a little example that I personally have, having a kiddo with special needs. He's a senior now, and he just got the opportunity to take a aerospace manufacturing class, an advanced aerospace manufacturing class. And I had to kind of push the system to, get him in there. And, but he is just flying. And the teacher, he's a former HP employee and amazing guy. And my son is having the opportunity to be successful. In the academia world, he wasn't successful. He could never, do his times table. There's lots of things he couldn't do, but he is riveting, very skillfully. He's doing welding, and he now is excited that he has a potential for employability, and the teachers are talking to him that. He just visited last night. They went on a field trip and visited a manufacturing company in the Spokane area. So that's where I think, this transcends not just, one part of our population of kids. This transcends all of our population. And I know special education has been something that you guys have been talking about a little bit more. So I definitely think this is a really important pathway, and again, appreciate the comments from everybody here.
Kevin.
You couldn't have set me up any better on this, MJ, and I hope we're not taking your son away. I had a little opportunity to spend some time at one of the skills centers. I'm from the Mukilteo area. There's a big manufacturing company right next door that has about 40,000 people on the day shift. And there was a presenter from there who made it very clear that according to the CEO, and it's probably something you all are aware of, and he's a graduate of the Highline High Schools, that over the next 5 years, they want to begin to hire more than their usual plus or minus 3% from high schools directly. They want to move that up to 25%. They also want to move community college hiring from 25% to 50% of their incoming workforce. Now, Boeing has ups and downs, but I think they're going to be building a few planes for, 10, 15 years, something along those lines. So what I think is, for all of us, we sometimes come in here and we talk about policy and we get steeped into it, and that big picture is out there somewhere. At least that information was new to me. I did not realize that the CEO of Boeing had kind of set that objective, and that's what he planned to do. So when the largest employer in the state is talking like that, it makes me wonder, did this fall off at the round table? Did this not get to the superintendent of public instruction? Did the legislature not know this? Did AWB not hear about this? So I think there are ways that we can connect and provide employment for kids, particularly kids being able to go directly from high school into the workforce in that way. And the last thing I'll say there, and leave that for the Boeing people to say the rest, but a lot of this is driven by numbers, and the numbers are dollars, and the fact is they're having to hire too many people from the East Coast and elsewhere. And it's not just engineers, not people with 4-year degrees, double E's. They're talking about all the people that they need in technical positions. So we need to be thinking a little bit outside the box, and this is a great start to start talking about this.
Mona.
I want to follow up the comment by MJ as well as Trey Maxey on the number of jobs that we have in our state that go unfilled because we don't have the people in our state who are trained for those jobs. Do we have the data, any agency have the data to show what's the training required for those jobs. What's the disconnect? Why don't we have students who are graduating or who are going to technical school that have the training for those jobs? Does anybody have that data? And what are we doing with the data to inform our P12 system? So I'm asking, does OSPI, does the Workforce Training Board, does AWB, does anybody have the training necessary? I heard the governor's report in the last quarter of a 2015 year. There are 10,000 jobs at that moment in time when the governor gave his report that could not be filled in this state because we didn't have people with the training. And MJ, pardon me for referencing a comment you offered last night, that you had so many jobs in Spokane and nobody trained to fill those jobs. We need to know what's the training for those jobs and why aren't our schools, technical schools, K-12 schools, preparing our students so that they can fill those jobs. So that's a question. Do we have the data? Data is key. And then I want to end with equity. The NASBE report, do we have similar data that's disaggregated that we can give the kind of information given in the slides that NASBE just presented to us? Do we know in this state, and I'll use the African American experience as my reference point, do we know in the state of Washington that African American students who graduate from our schools are not getting the good jobs that other minorities and majority students are getting? You know, we can't really make any sense out of this until we know not what Kentucky is doing or what the District of Columbia is doing. What is it in this state that will inform us about what we need to do?
Connie.
I have heard the criticism of companies in terms of not being able to find employees with the training that they need, that they used to do a whole lot more training in-house, specifically for the requirements of that industry, and they're not now. So I think we need to, at some point, also have a discussion about what's the appropriate role for public education in this and what's the appropriate role for industry to provide in-house training.
Bob?
Yeah, I just want to say, first off, this is a refreshing discussion. I think many people have said that. For the last 7 years, I've been on this board, and probably 10 years or more before that, this state and even this nation has begun focusing on college readiness and college preparation. We have correspondingly seen a drop in manufacturing, assembly kinds of jobs, which has been the backbone of the middle class for years. It's shrinking. And in fact, in the last year, the data I was just looking at last week, in the last year, we created 2 million new jobs, and only 30,000 of those were manufacturing. There has been this unintended consequence, I think, of college readiness that has limited what kids are exposed to. Teachers began to focus on preparing kids for college and not exposing them to the wide variety of jobs that are available that are quite good jobs. Additionally, I feel in growing up in the tech industry in the 60s, I watched people like myself who questioned why I went to college, because I was getting into the computer business and there was no adult that I could ask about what to take to get into that field. And so you just kind of follow what adults tell you to do. I watched my son-in-law graduate #1 in his class in engineering because everybody told him he ought to be an engineer. And he got 13 job offers, and the one job offer that was not engineering was the one he took because he hated engineering. And it was at Microsoft, and he's now independently wealthy and retired. And I watched Bill Gates drop out of college because there was nothing in college being taught that would help him in the emerging field that he knew more about than the college people did. Zuckerberg, same kind of thing. The billionaires of tomorrow are dropping out of college right now and doing things that are following their passion. My objective would be to see more big picture kind of schools where you are exposing kids to varieties of skills and jobs and trying to help them figure out what field they want to go into, as opposed to pushing them toward fields that are well-paying. As I remember, my grandmother continually wanted me to be a banker because everybody she knew that was a banker was rich. I had no interest in banking. And I'm just afraid there's too much of this going on. Go to college, get a job here, get a job there that we think are high paying, and that's what we think they should have. They don't think that's what they should have in all cases. And maybe convincing them would be a better approach, or allowing them to convince you that they ought to spend time looking at fields that are emerging, things that you probably haven't even heard of, that they are very much aware of.
I have Perry and then Amy.
Thank you. I'm going to try to tie thread a needle with several conversations, primarily around Caitlin, Beth, and then Connie, and then also Mona, to go back to your question as well regarding data. But before I do that, the point of reference is I'm relatively new to this conversation as part of the workforce board, and one of our major initiatives right now is as Caitlin had mentioned, is the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. And one of my earliest observations has been the amount of collaboration that has gone on amongst all the groups. And I know Randy, OSPI, is a board member and involved in it from a K through 12 perspective. And so it has been engaging. We have learned. It has been a learning experience. I know from me being a newbie to the team, it's definitely been a rewarding and just overall engaging experience. So I would encourage you, one of the things we have is gone all the way down to the workforce development councils and the workforce development areas. And one of the opportunities, so this is kind of weaving in where there's an opportunity to engage K through 12 with businesses, going back to Amy's statement, is I think it's on the area level. From what I've observed in the WDAs and the WDCs that we've participated in and I've actively visited, it's a very engaging environment. And thinking back, one of the omissions has been folks from K through 12. And so if you're really serious about, the suggestion is if you're really serious about really understanding what your businesses in your local areas are needing from a skills development, employability for all people, I would encourage you to engage in those workforce development areas. The other thread, as far as accountability or measurements, that is the other area that I've been very satisfied with. With the Workforce Development Board, there is data there. We do know the demographics around those that are disadvantaged, those that are not employed or employable, that have barriers outside of their skills that because of life experiences that are preventing them to be gainfully employed. We are, from a workforce board in the WIOA planning process for the state plan, being very, very diligent about enhancing those measurements as well. So I think I speak on behalf of the board here, and Elaine, you can correct me if I'm misspeaking, but from a workforce board, we're more than willing. We're actually excited to share that data that we have. It's publicly available on our website. So if you have specific questions around the data that we do have in the areas that we feel we need to continue to enhance, we'd be more than willing to share that with you and give you those specific files and access to the people that are tracking that from a statistical perspective. So those are some of the common themes here. I think the biggest piece, and I emphasize because I am an employer for the state, as a business, as a professional, and I go back to Amy's, is that I do think that there's a lot of opportunity to learn about what is needed in our public education system or our K through 12 education system to satisfy the needs of our businesses in the state. So in the workforce development areas is a great place to start that.
Amy?
And that's just to add to what Perry's saying, and you're asking why do we not have our kids going into these careers? And a big piece of that is image. It's I don't want my kid going to someplace and work in a dirty manufacturing plant. The dirtiest manufacturing plant I've toured through is where they're making French fries, and that's just because the potatoes are dirty when they come in. Any of those other plants, aerospace manufacturing, those shop floors are so clean, and they're technical too. The level of skills that you need in order to participate in that part of the workforce is incredible. I walk in there and am so humbled by what our students are doing and what our workers are doing. We do have innovative schools across the state who are starting to incorporate, in collaboration with business, some of those training programs into their high school curriculum. So I think that goes to what are we doing to change that image. It's parents understanding the value of a career in manufacturing, in healthcare, where a radiology technician, because when you say healthcare to parents or you say healthcare to kids, generally it's doctor or nurse. Well, there are so many other careers in that area, just as there are in manufacturing. You have engineers, you have CAD machinists. It's a spectrum, and making sure that our schools, our counselors, and our teachers understand that is key. Making sure our parents understand the value of that. I'll go back again to Spokane, and they have a program there that's called Teaching the Teachers. And you take high school teachers into industry in the morning, and in the afternoon they go to the community technical colleges to learn the training. And I had the opportunity to be behind a couple of math teachers when they were visiting Lloyd Industries, which is a pizza pan manufacturer. And they're watching the gentleman as he's showing them what he's doing with this machine. And the teachers are talking, they said, the kids need their geometry for that. Yes, because now when a kid says, why do I need my geometry? It's that practical application. The teacher will say, well, 2 years out of college or out of high school, you can make $39,000 making pizza pans. That the kid understands. So again, it's that linking the teachers to industry, as Perry was talking about, that starts to incorporate the practical application of that theoretical curriculum. And I think it also is a cultural change. And I heard from a teacher in my son's 4th grade class that, everybody in here has parents who really value a 4-year education, so he's going to struggle because he is not a 4-year guy. And I knew that from the time he was little. And I was insulted by that. And I told him that. I said, I went to college, I went to graduate school, I went to law school. I respect education and understand the value of it. That doesn't mean that that is for everyone. There are different pathways. And not only that, but our industry, in order to be able to thrive and grow and make sure our economy is there to sustain everybody, needs everybody in all those different jobs. So from our perspective, it's a huge image issue and something we've been really trying to tackle. Gosh, Eleni, I don't know for how long we've been trying to tackle that issue. And yeah, exactly. And then it's that cultural change within our school system. And I go back to when we heard from our teachers, we went to school to go back to school. So how do we start integrating business into the K through 12 system? Because we really do believe it is a responsibility of business to inform that process. We cannot, as businesses, just sit here and say, well, you need to be giving us what we need. Well, how do you know what we need if we're not telling you, if we're not participating in that? And I think as we see, a lot, the economy improve, a lot more retirements, that silver tsunami is what it's being called. Our businesses are really becoming acutely aware of their need to invest in and participate in that next generation of workforce. How do they feed the pipeline? It's not just going to career fairs or maybe talking to a college or a two-year class. It is going into the K through 12 system to make sure that you all are informed, that our K through 12 system is informed about what those skills are that they are going to need so that we can get them on the right path.
Janice and then Randy.
This is a very encouraging conversation. It's exciting to hear all these threads coming together, and I particularly want to talk about some of the things that Bob and Trey mentioned earlier. And first, just thinking about very nice work that's been done to increase rigor in our education system is really critically important, and the assessment of the academic skills also important. And so I agree with Trey, there's a little overemphasis there that we're ready to correct. And so those 21st century skills that have gotten really a nice research backing are needed for students to succeed academically. Their personal, emotional intelligence, what do I think, feel, and want? Can I express that to others? Can I work with other people? Do I understand how to look ahead in my future, set a goal, set action steps, have personal efficacy in that direction? Those are foundational skills that make the academic skills possible. And then there's this really interesting opportunity, I think, to look at the opportunity gap through this lens as well, because those students who are affected by institutional racism and by the structural effects of poverty have greater opportunities as we do that work, because students who experience institutional racism can be taught that is a fact in their lives, and here's how you can advocate for yourself and build a pathway, because the adults, let's talk again about teacher education. The adults have good self-understanding and can participate in mentoring and supporting those youth to be able to do that. We can be building in things like they've done in the Race to the Top grant in King County with a real emphasis on internships and career exposure early. In third grade, I visited a cruise ship with my third grade teacher. It was a career exploration event that I remember today, and I'm 60 years old. Oh my gosh. So we got to visit the commissary and the entertainment side and housekeeping and just learned about employment. And I would say that the majority of our young people don't have those opportunities, not just kids who we consider to be in the opportunity gap, but even middle class and upper income kids. They just are clueless. And so they don't understand that a manufacturing job might actually be right up their alley and provide them with a good living wage. Jeff and I talked briefly about collective impact, and I think we share a mission across all these systems of thriving adults, ultimately. That's the product that we're trying to create. And there are a lot of indicators along the way, from prenatal care and strong birth weights to kindergarten readiness and beyond. And there are lots of partners who could be more productively at the table than they are today, that we are largely fighting with one another over resources, when we actually need to come together on that collective mission to build a civically engaged community of folks who are having a good life. And I think it's very, very possible, and it's exciting to be together talking about that right now.
I have Randy, then Baxter.
So being the career and technical education and things of that nature, one of my 5 priorities, I just want to remind people that in the early 90s, we had school to work, then it got changed to school to career because people didn't like the idea of their kids going to school just to work, so they wanted them to have a career that would include college. Then we had tech prep. And the good thing was that it lasted till about 2001, and then there was a downturn economy. Everybody had enough employees, so there was no reason for Boeing to keep engaged and actually continue their training program adopted with Carvergate and that whole group. I got a great video if people want to see it. I want people to understand that we had NAB 101 to help us with career guidance in the school system, but we lost the funding, and so now we piece it together on Guidance Washington. We have one person that does that work. We're asking and ask to try to put enough funding in it so we could actually do it in a quality manner and actually offer that for free, but we lost that funding. And that We actually have programs which we partner with Boeing, with Denny Wallace helped put together. We actually have training programs of high school students that are actually leaving high school with certification and being employed. But you're right, it was about 25, 30 kids this year. They plan on in a 3-year period getting up to 700. So it's a big ramp up to do that. We're doing that with them. The Core Plus program, we got an ask on the Core Plus program. Core Plus is an industry standard curriculum that we're putting into high schools through our CTE program. We have a $500,000 ask for that just to like triple the program. And we're working with industry, the maritime industry, the manufacturing industry, basically located mostly in the King-Can area. Denny's done a lot of work on that. We hired George out of Bethel, who primarily is working to try to provide more work and partnerships with people, working with career and technical education. We put together the Microsoft Compact, where we actually give industry standards for technology and for having a skill set. Then we've worked with unions on apprenticeship, but we still can't get unions to actually go to high schools like universities do. I always have got a knock on them that they kind of are hands off more. They got to ask to come on campus, and unions are on campuses a little more, but they're swamped by the military and by the universities. Just saying, they prefer to deal with kids over 18 than 16 and 17-year-olds. Just, I know, not Spokane. I'm just saying, the people I deal with, I'm not always over in Spokane, okay? Composite training, big training in our CTE thing right now that we have kids actually being trained, getting certified in our skill centers that actually go directly to work. They're skilled, they get up and running. The gaming industry, same thing, some of the workers there. And then we also have some former work that we've actually got funding for is former Senator Probst out of Southwest Washington that has a couple of regional councils that they've actually done a number of work in doing that. But again, it's just pockets instead of a system-wide type of program. And we do have the data. And where we have the data, the problem is that you've all seen it. You go into schools and you see Pac-10 schools. You might see our state universities and you see Ivy League schools. You don't see community college pennants. And you don't see basically industry companies on the wall or union pennants on the wall. And all those types of things that expose kids. And why, I'll be blunt, most kids that get exposed to people that are working certain places are where they get interested. So if you expose kids to where you have opportunities to work, they tend to get interested and research it out themselves. The problem is Randy Dorn's kids get taken care of because I expose my kids to everything, but a lot of kids don't have parents that have the resources or the capability to do that, so it's upon us to give that opportunity. So it's a great opportunity to try to get jazzed about it and make it happen, but I believe that our Title I funds, we have a great opportunity with our Title I funds. We have always been a compliance agency, SPI, meaning me, which we shouldn't be. We should be saying, what are the activities we can provide for a kid that's going to better their lives? Not what is the learning situation we can give them. You know, give them more dittos on learning. Give them more math problems. Why don't we use the funds to take them out where people work and show them where we actually use math and we use language that will actually help them with their ability to improve their lives. And I think that's a more than adequate use of funds.
Baxter, and then Holly.
Well, that's hard to follow up, but I think there's a major point in there that there's a lack of communication between a lot of these programs and the schools. I actually had the opportunity, because I do have a presentation tomorrow on career readiness, and I actually interviewed a kid where he graduated high school, and later he found out that there was this program that he could have taken during high school. It was like he was in the range of distance to be applicable for it, and had all the requirements to do so. He just had no idea that it was out there, and it would have allowed him to go into the career that he is already in, but 10 steps later. And so I think one of the major things that we really need to do is make sure that these programs are made known that they're there, and that an entire system, like you were mentioning earlier, that there's pockets of where kids have upper hands because they are exposed to these different programs and these different companies. But we can't let that happen because, like the person that I interviewed, if he would have had that program opportunity, he could have been 10 steps later.
Holly?
So this is kind of a little bit of an aside, and I think it goes all the way back maybe to listening to Amy when this popped into my head, but somebody posted a meme on my Facebook account. I wish I could claim credit for this, but it said, what if we stopped asking kids what they want to be when they grow up? And we started asking them, what problems do you want to help solve when you grow up? And then, what are the opportunities for you to be involved in solving that problem? I don't know, it just kind of reframed it for me a little bit, and it, you know, you were talking about we have an image problem in certain industrial jobs, and I think just getting students and our system to broaden the way that they look at this. I don't know, I just found that really interesting. But I think what I really wanted to say, and this is picking up a whole bunch of threads around the table, but as we move forward in this conversation, I think it's going to be so tempting to try to own the whole problem. And I think we have to resist that temptation. And Connie, you said it. I mean, you said it. What part does industry own, right? Because there are skills, dispensations, training, things that every student needs to have. That is the responsibility of the K-12 system to make P-12 system, to make sure that when they exit our doors, every student, no matter what their pathway is, if they're going on to a four-year college, that they have those foundational pieces laid down. And then I think there's programs that prepare kids for specific pathways, kind of that higher tier, right? But all kids don't need those skills necessarily, right? All kids don't need to know, I don't know, how to weld or whatever. And yet maybe there's a huge number of jobs in welding and businesses pushing the system to make sure that those can be filled. And we think, oh, all kids have to come out prepared to weld. They don't. So I think part of our task is going to be defining what part of this do we need to assure that all kids have, and how are we going to assess that in a way that isn't just another thing added on top of already way too much on the plate? How do we integrate that into what we already do, or do things differently, look at things differently? What kinds of programs do we need to promote and support and facilitate in whatever way we can at a policy level that offer additional opportunities for certain kids going down certain pathways? And then what part of this, as part of our dialogue and our decision making, do we have to just say bluntly, this is not the part that we're going to take on? And I think that would help clarify some things, Connie, you said, what part of this do businesses need to train their workers to do, right? What part of that training is the P-12 system not taking on? And I think just that clarity may help some of those bridge conversations. It helps us move on so we're not just doing the same thing over and over and over. Because, frankly, I've been having these same conversations since I started teaching 21 years ago. We call it different things. We call them scan skills. We call them 21st century skills. We call it this, we call it that. But we never really do move on to that next piece of how do we, divvy this up and move forward. So.
MJ.
So a couple questions, and it kind of goes along with what Holly was saying is, what is being done about the image problem? Because that's a discussion we've had a lot at the Chamber in Spokane Valley is you have parents that are going, not my kid. So I think they're a huge component of this. So that's number one, is I want to hear, what is being done about the image for some of those jobs, and then also for helping to expose what all the different jobs in a company like Boeing, what are all those different jobs that are available, not just the engineer jobs, but the scaffolding, all those different things, because I think that's part of the conversation. So I want to hear from you guys about that. And then I also would like to hear from Madeline. I'm glad to hear from Baxter on that, but I also I'm really curious what, Madeline, your thoughts are, because I heard some ahas and stuff as we're talking about, the career opportunities in schools. So.
We have, who was it? Oh, no, we had one more. We had Beth and then Bob. Oh, and Matt. I'm sorry, Madeline. Sorry, I was I was conferencing and I was not doing my job. So Madeline, Beth, and then Bob, and then Eleni. And then what I'm going to do next is I've been trying to take notes, try to pull together some themes here, and maybe we can start talking about next steps. Okay, Madeline.
So, this being my senior year, I've been looking ahead to my future a lot, because for the past 12 years plus, it's been, okay, school's going to be over soon, and then I'm going to have summer break, and then school's going to start up again, and it's free. I don't have to worry about paying for tuition and things like that. Everything will be taken care of. Well, now, my dad likes to joke around that I'm not going to college because I haven't got a job. So I've been searching for a job, and I've found myself very anxious about the whole process. I am not anxious about surviving college in the academic or social sense, but I'm very anxious about the work side of things and the financial side of things. And also, taking my financial literacy class has brought me a lot of awareness about the real world. And it really costs real money to go to college. It's not just gonna fall out of the sky, and I'm not just gonna be able to just grab it out of thin air. I have to work for it, and I have to earn it. So I'm learning a lot just in this discussion. I don't hear this sort of discussion at school. We hear college at school. We hear academics at school. We don't hear the transition of what we're doing in school to the workforce. I didn't know, I live in Spokane. I didn't know there were many jobs in Spokane that weren't being filled. And I'm part of that generation that could help fill them. And I've been interested in engineering, and some of them sound interesting to me. I'm interested to know what jobs are open so close to home. But I don't know where to find that information. And I didn't even know I needed to look into that information. So I think communication is a huge, huge part. And not just with the schools, but with the students. A lot of teachers seem to maybe know a little bit, but the students don't hear about it. And I guess I've been a little bit frustrated during this conversation because I haven't heard a lot of this conversation as a student. So that's my thought.
Bob?
Randy's, I'm sorry he left, his little recounting of history just brought back all kinds of memories of being on the round table, Carver Gate, and pushing some of these programs. And the round table, along with the Association of Washington Businesses in the 90s, pushed the culminating project. And the idea was very simple, was that we merge all these different specialties and come up with some project that the kid is interested in. And as an ex-roundtable member, working committee member, I watched over the next 10 years how teachers turned it into mostly a culminating or a collection of evidence, okay, which totally missed the point. Everybody I've talked to in schools, in the vocational wings and the CTE wings, say that the methods of teaching right now are so structured around college that all they specialize in is their area, you know, be it writing, be it math, whatever. And they do not know what goes on out in the real world. And when you talk about a culminating project, they don't know quite what to do with it. So I've been thinking about this for a long time. And how do you change this system? And I think Holly hit on it in that I think it comes down to how we train teachers and how the methodology teachers use. And I think we have to consider encouraging a Socratic question and answer system of teaching, where teachers help kids identify problems in the real world, and how do you solve these problems, and what are the different skills required to solve these problems, and then break it out into the industries that work in that area. And are you interested in those? You know, so I think it's more a teacher-student shift that needs to go on. Teaching kids to go to college is simple, believe me, compared to teaching kids to go into a career and having them enjoy what they pick to go into. They have to think about it, and the teacher has to get a lot of discussion going.
Beth?
Just listening, well, first of all, I just want to say, and I think I will speak for everybody on our board, this is very exciting to know how passionate you guys are about this. This is very, very exciting. A couple of thoughts just listening to everyone talk. One, one thought is the listening to MJ talk about her son and Connie talk about the gold blocks. You guys are the experts on, did I get that right? Golden blocks. You guys are the experts on education, and the common thread I hear is hands-on learning. The gentleman on the video talked about transferring academia competencies into workplace knowledge, whereas if you look at hands-on learning and transfer that into academia, I mean, it's just a different way of looking at it, just like you're mentioning a different way of looking at preparing people for their life. And then that takes me to my second thought, and I think there's an awful lot of, and Madeline's comments, my youngest son, well, first of all, I took me forever to get through college. And when I went back to school, I was the youngest person, and I think I was in my 30s or 40s, and nobody in my college class knew what they wanted to do when they grew up. My youngest son, when he came home as a senior, he said, "Guess what, Mom? I joined the Marines because I don't know what I want to do." So if you have that gamut of people that don't know what they want to do, again, that goes back to having students, whether they're kindergarten, pre-K, or if they're a senior in high school, looking at the reason you're going to school is to get a job, and then go, like as several comments have been made, then you find your passion. But that this is academia over here, and then you'll grow up and go to the real world and get a job, you know. And I keep thinking about my own kids and the stress on them of, you're 17 or 18 years old and you have to know what you want to do for the rest of your life. You know, that's a challenge for you. Anyway, those were just, and again, thank you so much for your passion about this.
Eleni?
Thank you, and I have to agree with Beth. This has been fabulous. And so a number of folks have asked questions about data and where students and parents, teachers can find information. And I wanted to mention our program called Career Bridge, which is an online program. It's interactive. There's an accompanying guide that can be used in the classroom. We give out about 200,000 of those Where Are You Going guides every year across K-12. But the concepts that are embedded in Career Bridge, it's trying to identify what possible careers you might be interested in. And not just the entry level when you get out of high school or college, but what's the range of occupations. So we try to identify the full range of career and occupational possibilities within 16 career clusters, the same 16 career clusters that Randy uses and the CTE world uses. There's also, I think, a really exceptional career planning tool in there because we look at the performance outcomes of our workforce development system. We can tell you for about 3,000 to 4,000 education and training programs what the performance outcomes are for students. And this is really important at a time when families have so little resource to put into college education. College is expensive. And so we want folks to be able to compare and contrast across programs at different educational institutions. How many students are going? Do they look like me? What are the demographics? Do they complete? Do they go to work? And how much do they earn? And so that performance outcomes piece is kind of what sets CareerBridge apart from almost every other career planning tool that's out there. It doesn't go far enough. We don't have every education and training program in the state. Somebody mentioned New Jersey and what they're doing. They've also passed a law that will now require any higher education institution operating in the state of New Jersey to provide that same level of performance information to their new version of CareerBridge, which hasn't been created yet, but they're using our model, which is fabulous. So it's just to say that we have a lot in our system that I think would be really helpful to this conversation. And so we're so excited about being able to partner with you to bring what we have together with all of what you folks have. I think we can make a real difference.
And then, so we're going to wrap things up. Peter has his question from earlier, which I think will lead us right into the next steps.
And that's so rich conversation today. Lots of good ideas, and I think also we've heard some caution about all of our passion. But it's a big area, and we as a state board have to be mindful about what we can take on, what we can achieve. So I would want to circle back to what I mentioned earlier. We do have a starting point, which we already by statute have, which is this post-secondary attainment measure, which is not yet measured, and which should, in my mind, include career readiness in some way, and then provides an entree into, for the state board to make recommendations, which could include the kinds of things that we've talked about today, and also could include working with our partners around the table here today and others. So I guess my question that I want to, in terms of moving forward, Ben, maybe you could help us to understand when we are going to be discussing that as a group later this session or elsewhere.
So on the question that you asked specifically about the data piece, rather than bring Andrew up in the middle of our conversation, we have time today from we have an hour from 12:50 to 1:50 where we're going to be talking about our some of our opportunity gap data and some of the measures on the educational system health stuff. I was kind of having a side conversation with Andrew, and I primed him to kind of discuss our status on that indicator and talk about, what your purview is within that law and whatever. And so, with the indulgence of the board, since we have time set aside for that, perhaps we can address that question, at least preliminary, during that segment.
So I just want to take a few minutes to wrap things up for or this discussion up and really queue up what next steps are. And so I'm going to highlight some of I think what were the common themes, and I may not get to all of them, but I think something that I heard a lot about in this, and what was highlighted, I feel like, in the report, is that this work around creating a definition around career readiness needs to be a partnership between multiple organizations within a state. That this is not one entity can own this. And so I think one of our asks as a group is, can we look towards the workforce board? Can we look towards OSPI as two of the definite partners that we need at the table, knowing that there are probably other partners out there to help us kind of grapple with this. What do we mean in Washington State by career readiness? There was this other theme that was sort of weaved in here too, which was not just what's career readiness, but maybe an expansion of our vision around civics. And that I have to be frank, that was actually the first time I'd heard college career and civic ready was through the report and through this conversation. And that may be something too we want to, even if we don't tackle right away, at least queue up and how we would have that conversation. Building on what Peter talked about, and we sort of talked about these bookends there. So there's the definition and working in partnership around how do we define this. there's also this partnership around how do we measure. And so I think in statute, we do have an obligation to come up with a measure. And I think many of us offline have talked about who needs to be at the table, because we're obviously not experts in post-secondary options, or how would we measure success on that indicator. But I think there's this other piece, right, that we've spent a lot of time talking about that's really even more important, which is how does this look on the ground? Right, so there's this theme that we keep talking about, which is the perception of, career, going from high school to career. Someone mentioned you see pennants. I think it was Bob. You see pennants, or yeah, someone over here of colleges. Randy, sorry, yes, Randy. You see the pennants, but you don't really see, Boeing, or you don't see, maybe some of our. We have like the cancer research, Hutchins. I mean, we have, both medical, engineering. I mean, we have all these amazing industries in Washington State, and we don't really talk about them in K-12 the way we talk about going to the UW or going to Pullman or, or Wazoo. So we really need to think about this culture shift within the system of K-12 to say, what is the ultimate goal, right, Bob? It's we're doing all this work so that our students have pathways to careers, whether that pathway be through a 4-year program, a 2-year program, an internship, or through a training program, right? And so how do we infuse that mindset into our pre-K, I should say, your pre-K system? And so, what would that take, and who needs to be at the table when we have that kind of more operational part of the system? I think the other key piece to this too is being mindful that we're very aware in terms of the board that we have huge opportunity gaps in our system, and that plays out when we saw just a teaser, right? When we look at what happens to our kids going out into the workforce. And so being mindful of, as we think about the system, what are the particular things that we may need to put in place for our students who are in the opportunity gap, right? And that this may be a strategy, flushing out or I think about the pendulum, we swung very career, I think we're feeling that very college focused. And how do we start swinging that pendulum the other way so there's a balance in terms of the conversation, and that we really are creating pathways, that are real and not just we're talking about them. So, I think there's a lot of, opportunities here to kind of flesh that, core piece out, along with the, how do we define, how do we measure? I guess, Chair England, this is our ask of you. If you feel like the Workforce Board would want to partner with us on this journey as we do this work, if that's something that seems part of your core mission as well to help us.
You have our commitment. Yes, we will partner on this.
And Randy gets up, and Randy leaves. Yeah, you don't get to escape. So we see OSPI obviously as a key partner in this work, because you're actually doing the career work in the schools, working with them and supporting them. I mean, you mentioned, we have all these islands of great work happening, but not a system. And we definitely would want, OSPI obviously would be a key partner in this, trying to define career readiness. Yes, Trey.
I also just, while we figure out what we're going to bite off in the roll, I just don't want to make sure we don't, and I think it's where Peter was heading somewhat, and forgive me if it's not Peter, but I think there's a couple of 2 or 3 things that we actually have in front of us that we have to deliver on, and that assessment framework is one, and I think that healthy indicators, I think Peter mentioned that, is another, and then the third one that we're doing, but I'm not sure we called it out, is advocacy. I think for the resources, I heard Randy when he was going through his list, he said we got to ask for this amount. We have an ask active for this amount. Well, as a part of our legislative and whatever advocacy, we got to see where we can, even if it's not one of our main priorities, we ought to see when we are having conversations with legislators, as we're starting to do, we ought to see where we can throw that out on the side. By the way, and so it'd be helpful, Randy, if you threw some of them out as it related to this topic and certain dollar, it'd be helpful to get that so that we know as we're having informal and formal conversations.
Thank you. That's a great summary, because we do have some obligations to meet along with the advocacy piece around this. So I just want to extend a huge thank you to the Workforce Board members and Director Elaney for coming. I know you just had a board meeting. I was mentioning to Barry, so I know this is a big time commitment for you. So thank you on behalf of the State Board for coming and joining us and agreeing to join us on this journey. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So members, just to give you a time check, we are about 5 minutes behind on the next piece. Some of you will remember at the November meeting, the board received a presentation from Jennifer Wallace, the Executive Director of the Professional Educator Standards Board, on a joint legislative priority addressing teacher shortages and aligning the state's salary allocation model to the new state's new policy for teacher credentialing. We deferred action on this item to the January meeting in order to allow more time for discussion about this item, specifically about the salary allocation model. Jack Archer is going to introduce this item, and we'll then have a presentation from Jennifer and leave time for questions at the end. It may be a little compressed, so we may have to move some of the discussion to the later period. Yeah, and just to remind, we have a hard stop because we do have public comment, and we do have a number of people who've signed up for comments, so I want to honor their time. With that, we will ask Jack to start.
Thank you, Chair Munoz-Colon, board members, Jack Archer, staff to the board. Because we fell a little short of time for a full discussion of the proposed joint legislative priority with the Professional Educator Standards Board in November, the board determined to pick up on the discussion and spend time on the second part of it, which is aligning the state salary allocation model with the system of professional credentialing of teachers that's been developed by the PESB at the direction of the legislature. The joint priority can be found on page 77 of your board packet. I would note that the title needs to be fixed because part of it, the part dealing with teacher shortages, somehow got dropped off, so we will fix that. I'm just going to give the briefest background as set up to the presentation that Jennifer has in the interest of time, that the history of this traces back in large part, although not entirely, to House Bill 2261 in 2009, as so much of what we do traces back to 2261, which, as you know, is the foundation on which the McCleary ruling is built. 2261 included a provision requiring the Office of Financial Management to convene a technical working group to recommend the details of an enhanced salary allocation model that aligns state expectations for educator development and certification with the compensation system and establishes recommendations for a concurrent implementation schedule. In 2012, June 2012, the Compensation Technical Working Group, directed by 2261, produced the recommendations required. And that report, or an excerpt from that report that deals with this part of the directive, can be found on pages 79 to 86 of your packet. They were also included in the November materials as well. And I won't describe that model here in the interest of time. Ms. Wallace will spend some time on that and the details are there. But what you do see is the stark difference between the traditional steps and lanes model or approach to compensation that we have and the model aligned, a much simpler model aligned to state expectations for professional attainments that was recommended by the QEC's technical work group. Also mentioned there were two bills in the 2015 session. There were 6109 and 6130 that attempted to do a comprehensive response to the problem of compensation and levy reform that came out of McCleary. Both of those bills incorporated a new salary allocation model aligned to expectations for professional development and certification of staff. So that's at least some indication of the direction that the legislature has been headed. And I just, as an introduction to Jennifer's presentation, I want to emphasize that what's being recommended here as a priority with the PESB is not a particular compensation proposal, but rather an approach to the allocation of funding to districts for compensation of teachers. So it doesn't include all, it doesn't include the money, the details, all the elements involved in that. It is purely a new model. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Jack. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I am Jennifer Wallace with the Professional Educator Standards Board. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you again at this meeting. I love the context in which you all have framed this dialogue in terms of 2261 and this final issue being one piece that's an unfulfilled aspect of that legislation. We see that in exactly the same way. As we look at the charge that was handed the Standards Board, we have put in place more rigorous and relevant standards at all levels, and we have put in place valid and reliable measures of educator effectiveness as required by the legislature. The piece that hasn't been fulfilled is this notion of an enhanced salary allocation model that aligns with state expectations, that we're paying for these increased expectations and the way that they affect educators. So I wanted to talk mostly around what we mean by this notion of align once I figure out how to use the clicker. Thank you. All right. So there was a point in time, this is the model of SAM with which we're all, I believe, familiar, as Jack said, the lanes and steps of our current model, which has been around for a great long time, and at one point was very well aligned with our continuum of educator development, because most teachers came into the system having completed a baccalaureate level teacher preparation program. They got their bachelor's degree and their teacher credentials, so they were at the BA 0, which is the starting point on the salary schedule. Individuals moved along the licensure continuum, in other words, were able to renew their license, not coincidentally, in increments of 15 credits and 150 clock hours. So again, it lines up with those columns on the schedule. And we at one time later had a specific incentive related to master's degrees. So that too is recognized in a discrete column. Let's go to the next one. But today we have a much different system, and one that is not based on accumulated courses and credits, or it's based on demonstrated performance. We have very different entry point for educators, and so the system that we had no longer aligns with our continuum of licensure, and I'll give some more specific examples about that. So for instance, we have a much greater variety of entry points. Not everybody becomes teachers through baccalaureate programs anymore. In fact, it's much more common that people attend masters in teaching programs or attend post-baccalaureate programs that just focus on getting your certification or not actually degree yielding. So people come in at the BA 0, they may have BA in 45 credits, they may have a master's degree. They've all achieved the same standard, the same set of state expectations, but they're eligible at very different levels in terms of our compensation system. As I mentioned, the way that we advance also in terms of the higher levels of licensure also is no longer based on courses and credits. It's now about demonstrated performance at all levels. And we no longer have clock hour or credit hour based continuing education. Most folks are familiar with 150 clock hours to renew your certificate. We now have what's called professional growth planning. can encompass a far broader array of activities for educators, action research in their classroom, other activities that they're doing that may not be seat time, course and credit based, and they're self-defined professional growth plans based on self-assessment. Again, focusing on performance, demonstrated competence, not acquiring courses and credits. And our licensure continuum is also not linked to attainment of advanced degrees. A master's degree will not yield you a higher level of licensure, as was the case in the past. So just giving even further example of that. Under the previous system, for example, our continuing certificate, which used to be the second tier of teacher certification, was obtained by any 45 post-baccalaureate credits. Any 45 credits. And that landed you on a very specific column on the salary allocation model. After that, we had our higher ed-based teacher professional certificate programs. And we got them to sort of agree that they would all be 15 credits. So again, people would land on a specific spot in the salary allocation model. So we've been trying to retrofit our system into course and credits for some time. But now here we are, post 2010, we have an external assessment that is the way that teachers obtain their second tier certification. And it may yield no credits whatsoever. An individual completes the portfolio, submits the portfolio, not necessarily enrolled in any sort of preparation program or with a support provider that yields credits. So we've actually had to award it clock hours as a proxy just so individuals actually have some movement on the salary schedule when they obtain their professional certificate. So hopefully this is giving you a sense of this misalignment that exists. So just as an aside, why, hopefully our board is, and I believe your board is as well, feeling very good about this movement, however, to performance-based. We don't really want a licensure continuum that's based on accumulated course and credits. We want to see people demonstrate competency. And our second tier certification is a very powerful way for doing so. And what makes our system of assessments at the pre-service and secondary level quite unique is they are the only measures of teacher effectiveness in the state of Washington that have proven predictive validity and reliability through research. We know through research that individuals who perform better on the pro-teacher portfolio have greater student achievement gains. So that's a pretty good piece of reliability and validity for that measure. And so we feel like this is something that's good for students and something that we certainly want to recognize in terms of attainment of a state expectation, and we should be able to do that with our compensation system rather than just accumulated courses and credits. So if you want to go to the next slide. So this is, as Jack pointed out, the type of model that emerged from the QEC compensation study group. As Jack noted, it wasn't our purpose to suggest specific amounts, and there are some nuances to the model that were disputed, but it's really about the concept that I believe that we're wanting your support. Because as you'll see, this is a very different model than the current. While the model retains the years of teaching experience along the y-axis, which acknowledges that with our new system of educator evaluation, you should be advancing through years of teaching based on demonstrated effectiveness, that you're able to keep your job and continue to experience. But then along the x-axis, rather than it being about accumulated courses and credits, which isn't what we want to reward, it rewards attainment of performance-based standards. So you'll see there that it has that initial starting point, acknowledging the residency certificate. It has that second set of levels of compensation, acknowledging the professional or second tier certificate. And because individuals can't obtain the professional certificate until a certain point in time, that's why you see that little crosshatch area there. And then it further creates formal acknowledgement of National Board certification as our most accomplished and optional third tier of certification in Washington. National Board right now is acknowledged as a sort of side bonus, but it isn't integrated into our system of compensation. So this was the way for the compensation study group to acknowledge it as an actual tier in our licensure continuum in Washington. And I believe with that, I'll entertain questions.
Members, are there questions? Bob?
I'm kind of unfamiliar, not having been a teacher, but what I'm hearing from superintendents are a couple different things. First off, we're talking about an allocation model, right? This is the way money will be distributed to schools based on how many teachers are in these categories. Then it gets negotiated locally, and how it's actually spent could be put back into the standard model. Is that correct? Or are you actually proposing changing RCWs to require it to follow this?
No, that wasn't really within our charge. Again, our charge was around how can we better align the salary allocation model with our licensure continuum. That being said, a good portion of school districts do use SAM as their salary schedule. But you're right, there is a certain degree of variation at the local level. We did not get into appropriate amounts of modification to local use or any of those kind of issues. So you're right, that's a very complex and disputed area. That was not our charge.
You know, what happens is you've got senior teachers in the bargaining committees.
Yeah, that's
and they'll take the money that we wanted to go to new beginning teachers because we got a teacher shortage. We're trying to attract more people, and they put it up on the top end, and the beginning teacher gets the same thing. There's just all kinds of little issues that come up because it isn't in the RCW as to what you have to pay at certain levels.
Board Member Hughes, can I respond briefly to that? There actually is law on what must be paid in certain levels of certain cells. There are salary controls in statute now, such as a district must pay at least the beginning salary for teachers, the so-called BA +0, and there are certain other salary controls as well. So whether that would be continued in a new allocation model is one of the many decisions the legislature would have.
I guess additionally, I'm hearing that a teacher can, right now, even under this system, after I believe 3 years, skip the professional certification and go right to national board. Is that right?
That's correct. We do a lot of advising on teachers on that very important decision because we started doing that because we have teachers coming from other states that have national board certification, and we do believe they should be awarded the professional certificate because national board is a level of rigor that surpasses professional certification. So teachers can make that decision to skip over, not do the pro-teach portfolio and go to right to national board certification. It's riskier because you have a certain period of time in which you must achieve the professional certificate. And we believe, and actually the president of the national board even, who's unfortunately deceased now, but had written and submitted to our board that he found the pro-teach portfolio a good interim step to national board certification because along our continuum, we now have an assessment system that really requires the same type of skills at developmentally appropriate different levels. So the same kind of things that we expect in our EdTPA of pre-service candidates in terms of documenting student-based learning, we expect at a greater level in the pro-teach portfolio and still more advanced for our most accomplished teachers with national board certification. If that answers your question.
Bob, sorry, we have other people and we're running out of time. Connie, and then Holly, and then Peter.
Thank you. There is a column for advanced degree. There's a salary schedule for bachelor's degree and one for advanced degree.
Yes.
Does that advanced degree have to be pertinent to their either their subject matter that they're teaching or master's in teaching?
That's a great question and a huge area of discussion. And frankly, the committee just really couldn't come up with parameters for how you decide it's relevant to the teacher's area and how that teacher would document that and who would approve that. And so it frankly didn't advance beyond keeping the advanced degree. But you raise a really important area of research because the research is unclear that just a master's degree in just anything doesn't have a direct link to student achievement gains. But they really couldn't figure out a way to differentiate and implement.
Holly.
So there's two parts to this picture. One is the structure of the allocation model, and the other part is the numbers that are currently in the box showing up there. And I guess my question is, are both of those part of the PEB's legislative priority or just the structure? Because I'm understanding just the structure.
Just the structure. Yeah, the QEC compensation study group as a whole came up with the numbers, but that was not the PASB's charge. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be speaking about specific salary amounts.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So this was like technical working group or something from a previous bill or whatever, just as a placeholder.
Exactly.
Got it, thanks.
So again, like Jack was saying, that what we're really looking for in terms of the policy statement that both the Standards Board and the State Board would be making together is that it makes more sense that our salary allocation model be based on demonstrated performance, as is our continuum of licensure, rather than what's current, which is accumulated clock hours and credits.
Peter and then Trey.
Yeah. So the legislative priority, which is on page 77 of your materials, says that the board urges the legislature to adopt legislation that aligns the new system of certification with a new model of professional compensation. It does not get into the details of amounts. I'm not even sure that's maybe it is. I guess it's a legislative issue, but so I think there's a lot of common sense in what Jennifer said, so I'm excited by that. There's a second part of it, which is we're also asking the legislature to adopt, to support systemic measures proposed by the PESB and by the Superintendent of Public Instruction in partnership with districts and ESDs in higher education to address teacher shortages. And I think that's also important. And I know it's a large issue, and we've received materials for that, but I just, if you have 30 seconds on that, this is a real issue, and there are proposed solutions being floated. Is that correct?
That's correct. When we were here at November, and I believe Jack has in your materials, we went through kind of the full list of the policy strategies that were in our shortage brief, which has received really good reception by the legislature. And you all had excellent questions about that and why we were in the situation we're in.
And about the same time, our Superintendent of Public Instruction also had ideas, and there's a lot of overlap. There are a lot of possibilities, and simply our legislative priorities asking the legislature to please look at this issue and come up with solutions.
Sure, and I would say, just quite frankly, there's most of the proposals within both the superintendents and PSBs and others are very complementary. There's one exception where we disagree, where it relates to backing away from current requirements for experienced teachers from out of state. We would like to not do that. We would like to continue to uphold standards because we think that's what's best for kids, particularly on a measure where we know it has positive gains for kids. It's the only measure we have in the state that says that. That's the only area actually where our proposals differ.
Trey, if you have a quick question, because we have a minute.
Okay, 1 minute, that's tough for me. So if I'm understanding quickly, the numbers are placeholders up here? Not the number of years, but the pay?
The actual salary amounts?
Yeah. Or are they actual recommendations? That's where I'm kind of...
The numbers are those in the recommendation, in the report of the technical working group of the QEC in June 2012. So it is shown as an illustration of how this approach to salary allocation would work.
Got it. I got it. And then I want to get this in 10 seconds. The governor announced yesterday a plan to increase pay for teachers. Is his legislation any way informed by any of this?
No, it isn't.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to move to public testimony. Yeah, you did great, Trey. Man. Okay. Sorry. Let's put this in order. Okay. While we get ready for public testimony, because of the number of individuals that are here, we're actually going to ask for 2 minutes. So as you're thinking about what you're going to say. And then the other ask is if you have a group coming and essentially a similar testimony, if you could not repeat testimony. If there's something new you're going to say, definitely say it. We want to hear it. So we're going to start first with Wendy from WEA, and then if Megan McClure, hopefully I'm saying that right, a parent, can get ready. Hi, Wendy. Oh, turn on the mic. Oh, the mic's not on.
Push the button.
Hi there.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New
Nice
Year.
to see you all. Wendy Rader-Konofalski with the Washington Education Association. And I am delighted today to be here to deliver 2,000 student, or almost 2,000 student testing Bill of Rights petitions, of which you will be getting about 1/16. We've divided them up into little packages for you, so you can see the signatures and the comments on these. So these petitions were signed by educators, parents, students, and other community members, and they urge you to support an important policy shift, which you have all been involved in talking about over time. Remove the graduation requirement from all high school standardized tests and reduce the number of tests. Clarify that standardized test scores not be used to decide if students should be held back or to prevent them from taking accelerated courses if their coursework shows they can. Allow parents and students to opt out of any standardized test without fear of repercussions to their student. And close achievement gaps through more teaching and learning time instead of the test practices, test retakes, and test alternatives that go with high-stakes testing that take the joy out of learning and lead many to frustration and hopelessness. So we're bringing you these petitions today to help with your own efforts to improve the standards and quality of education. This board, as you know, has invested many years in creating the meaningful high school diploma, raising the graduation bar to 24 broad, challenging, and rigorous credits. This new set of requirements will be difficult and challenging to achieve. And when students achieve those credits, it should be sufficient evidence of a student's qualification to graduate. It is a high bar, and students who prove they can meet it should not be denied
Wendy.
graduation based on the scores of one single test. So,
Megan, why don't you come up? We have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry. So we do want to urge you, though, to use this opportunity to show leadership in establishing that there's a failure of this high-stakes policy and promoting its removal in the name of high educational standards and fair, equitable opportunities for all students. With that, thank you very much.
And if Rachel Holland can get ready. Megan.
Hello, I am Megan, and this is Henry. I am here on the behalf of my children. I have 3 boys, one who's at school, this one, and then the little guy over there. I am here because as a parent, I am concerned about my child. He is very smart. He is terrified of testing. Sorry, I'm not a good public speaker. He is terrified that he will not pass. He is terrified that he will not get the scores, that his school will fail. He cries when it's time for testing. He's emotional like his mama. Every parent that I have spoken to about this is concerned. They're concerned about the amount of time that they are spending testing. They're concerned about the fact that my son goes to an underperforming school. And so they spend their entire school year doing math and reading. My child loves science. He loves all of those things, but he doesn't learn them because they're so busy learning to take this test to pass the test so that they don't fail. And it's very stressful for all of the kids and parents to watch. So I am here as a parent to beg you to adjust these standards, take off the high stakes for these kids, to take the recommendations of the educators, trust the educators to make these decisions of when these children are ready to move on. My son is amazingly smart. He's great at math, but you put a timer in front of him and he panics. And so on these test scores, he scores below 50%, even though he knows all of these things. And I don't want him to suffer in school. I want him to enjoy it like I did.
Thank you. Rachel.
It's actually Rochelle.
Sorry, I'm
That's
sorry.
okay.
I'm Rochelle Holland, and I'm a K-6 math specialist in Spokane, Washington. I'm currently an instructional coach and a data coach. I'm working in the highest poverty school right now. I'm a 26-year accomplished award-winning national board certified teacher. Some of those awards are the National Presidential Award in Excellence in Teaching Mathematics. I'm a United States Senate Innovative Teacher. I'm a National Krista McAuliffe Fellow. I could go on. And I'm one of the first national board teachers to certify it in 2001. I also have an 8-year-old and child of my own, and I speak for him as well as for all the children who don't have a voice. The rigorous word that keeps coming out and the wonderful definition the superintendent gave this morning, I say bigger trumps rigor. And in my classroom, it was filled with hands-on learning, and my students were out in the community, and everything that they did was connected. And that was through the 90s, and then Nickelby hit in 2001. And the testing that has come along the way, I've been through it all, the WASL, the MSP, and now the good old SBAC. The nature of these tests are absolutely discriminating already. In Spokane School District, they just announced that all 4th and 5th graders that scored a level 3 or 4 get to be in the accelerated math, this new program that they've developed. So you look at the affluent school in Spokane, Washington, and 80% of the kids scored a level 3 or 4. They get that to have access to that program. My school, 25%. So the district produced a video, and I watched it promoting this new accelerated math program. It was only showing the kids from that affluent school, and 100% of them were white. This screams discrimination to me. Screams discrimination. The achievement gap is widening because of these things. Children are being filtered at 9 years old based on a single test. The test itself and the information received to most of us educators is not useful, and it's showing more and more invalid and irreliable, and I have studies that I hope I can have more communication time with you. But I want to end with this. As a data coach, I'm in the middle of proctoring this, and a little 9-year-old girl came in with great big brown eyes and the most beautiful chocolate skin I've ever seen. And she looked up at me and she said, "Another test? Another test?" I'm protecting my own son from all this, which is my parental right, and he will not be categorized or tracked based on a score of a single test. And I wish I could protect other children and shield them from this. I seriously question the ethics and the morality of what we are doing to children in our classrooms. These are children, so I hope that you'll question it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, is it Denise or Dennis? They're from OSPI, I can't read the last name. No, okay. We're gonna go Heidi Bennett.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and many great conversations today on higher ed. I'm a proud public school graduate. My son just finished Running Start in Seattle and graduated 3 credits short of his associates, and he starts as a junior next week at the UW. I've been a public education advocate for quite a while and recently expanded my efforts to higher ed. My proposal to put forth and to help with a lot of the issues that you've been discussing today is to expand Running Start and promote vocational and technical certifications offered by our local community colleges to more high school students. By starting their vocational certification in high school, any student can graduate ready or almost ready to start a technical and career right out of college without tuition bills. Many of these points I've included. There's a copy of this letter, so I'm going to go through this in a New York minute. As you know, 2/3 of all jobs require higher ed. Local employers are struggling to find qualified voices. College Bound is working. Let's leverage the success of this program, but unlike College Bound, this would be open to any student, but it could require a contract and an intent to start this early, either coming out of middle school or high school. College and beyond plans that we have right now are not really effective. There are very few career and college ready counselors, and the checklist is a checklist. The counselors that they have, 400 students to 1 counselor, they deal with IEPs and crisis. There's no talk of college and plans and vocations. It just doesn't happen, not with the current budgets. Many other countries are starting technical vocational right in high school. You don't have to, we ration it in this country. You don't have to wait until graduation to start thinking about what do I want to do going to technical. Plus there's a stigma on a lot of our CTE classes in high school. Let's just call it what it is. They're also not available. In Seattle, we have 11 programs where you can get a certificate degree. 9 of them are located south of the Ship Canal. The majority of our students are north. So there's an access opportunity. Tuition is expensive. I've looked at the cost of community college, and it's actually less than what the state is providing for students. So there's more information on the sheet. I think that there are some implications, maybe a waiver like we did for IB students who graduate. And like I said, the cost is actually revenue neutral because it's cheaper at community college. We'd have to talk about capacity, which I know many of our schools are under capacity, and we'd have to look at the capacity at the community and not kick the problem down or kick the can down the road. But there's huge potential in starting the conversation and making this a bona fide program and getting more kids thinking about careers in middle school, looking at technical degrees, utilizing our community colleges. And so the benefits go on. And thank you. I'm out of time. I appreciate it and hope to increase the dialogue and join our Facebook page. It's Increased Access to Higher Ed in Washington State. Thank you very much.
We have Brian Jeffries and then Amy Liu is next.
Board members, good almost afternoon. Brian Jeffries, Policy Director with the Washington Roundtable and the Partnership for Learning. I want to relegate my comments to your discussion this morning on career readiness. The Washington Roundtable at its December board meeting adopted a goal of which we will put forth effort to graduate 70% of Washington students with some post-secondary credential by the age of 26. So we're aligning our goal with the state board's goal. Director Mayer was discussing the post-secondary attainment issue. One thing in terms of the conversation, well, 2 things in terms of the conversation this morning that we need everyone in this room who engages in the conversation about post-secondary readiness needs to think of post-secondary in the broadest sense possible, that this isn't about college or careers or college or work. That when we're talking about post-secondary credentials, we are talking about bachelor's degrees, we're talking about AA transfer degrees, but we're also talking about industry certifications, program completions at our 2-year colleges, community and technical colleges. 70% of the jobs in our state for a family wage will require one of those credentials. And when we look at the data of our graduates, actually not even the graduates, only 31%, so Director Kuhn, you were asking the question about non-graduates, only 31% of the students who exit our high schools earn a post-secondary credential, including the ones I just mentioned, by age 26. The only way we are going to increase those numbers is to very intentionally focus our efforts on traditionally underserved populations of students. We're not going to achieve this goal by focusing our attention on Mercer Island, Bainbridge Island, Roosevelt High School in Seattle. We need to focus on the high schools, and we have many of them, who graduate less than 50% of the students in their schools. To achieve our 70% goal and that collective goal, we need to focus on the traditionally underserved populations of students.
Thank you. Amy Liu, and then James Bowden, if you could come and get ready.
Good morning or good afternoon. We're right on the cusp there. My name is Amy Liu. I'm the Policy Director at League of Education Voters. I'll be very brief. I just want to suggest that I agree we need to be intentional, and you all have been a very thoughtful body and intentional in trying to lay out a plan, and that is a very different discussion than sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And we all care about closing gaps. Certainly one way to close gaps is not to measure and not to have the data. I don't think that's the path that anybody wants, but without data statewide, it's going to be really hard to identify gaps. And the path that we're on leads to 3 statewide assessments in the 4 years of high school. And graduation rates in the state have actually gone up since 2008 when we instituted exit exams. I know it's a very complicated issue. I know you all have engaged in thoughtful discussion, and we look forward to continuing to have that discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you. James Boutin, am I saying Boutin? Thank you.
Hi, my name is James Boutin. I'm a National Board Certified Teacher, and I teach in SeaTac, Washington at the Tyee campus. I know this is a long meeting for you all, and out of respect for your time, I'm going to end my testimony very, very quickly. I just want to introduce to you a group of students and educators who have all come from our campus, the Tyee campus, and we are also here to talk about the responsible use of assessment and data. And we have practiced our testimony out in the hallway, so it's going to be less than 2 minutes, and some of them are 1 minute or less. But we do want you to hear our varying stories from our campus. So that's going to be me.
Thank you. And we have why don't you all come up, actually, and I think you're next in line, right? Rupika? Yep. And then Marlene? Yep. Go ahead, just come on to the table. Yep. Yep, and then Jorge, right? Will be next, so get ready. Okay, Rupika. Am I saying it right?
It's
Rupika. Rupika, thank you.
Hi, I'm Rupika Madhavan. I'm a teacher at Ace High School. I recently moved here from Chicago. I taught in Chicago Public Schools. Last year, my students took the ACT, which was, shared with them that was like the big test and was kind of made a big deal of, and so many students were crying that morning. So many students were crying that morning. When we got our test scores back, students were also crying. Teachers were also crying. And tests shouldn't be the only measure of student success. They just shouldn't be. Making students feel like failure based on one number is not okay. Making teachers who work tirelessly feel like failures based on one score is also not okay. I strive very hard to create curriculum that makes our students engaged in geometry and makes them thirst for knowledge. But I find that because of high stakes testing, most of my PD time is devoted to testing and figuring out how to make our students perform well on tests. It limits our creativity. It doesn't give us the training we need for our ELL students. I remember on one of my benchmark tests that my students had to take, there was a question that said, which of the following invalidates the assertion above? And one of my students, ELL students, asked what the word invalidates means. And I told them I couldn't help them. And that really frustrated me because it shows that even though the student really probably knew how to answer that question and probably knew the content, it didn't matter because they didn't know English. And the test was not on English, it's on math. So all of these things are really, really frustrating to me. And I'll just pass
Marilyn?
Hello, my name is Marlene Fabian,
Marlene.
and I'm a senior at Tyee High School in SeaTac, Washington. Thank you for your time to listen to us today. Now let's go back in time 10 to 20 years ago. These state tests didn't exist back then, but yet most people 10 to 20 years ago are still successful. These state tests make people think less of themselves, but if they don't pass this test, they think they're dumb, which is why many students end up dropping out of school. I go to Tyee High School where a lot of ELL students attend. Everyone receives the same graduation requirements, but it's harder on them to know the fact that if they don't pass the test, they won't graduate, but also comprehend and understand what they're being asked to do since English isn't their first language. That's all.
Jorge, and then is it D'Angelo? Sorry.
Okay, so good morning or afternoon now. My name is Jorge, and I'm a senior at Ace High School in SeaTac. And I'm here to say that mandatory state tests are an extra unnecessary step that sets barriers on students in the ELL program that they might not be able to overcome. I speak Spanish as a first language, and I struggled my first few years in school in the U.S. I started school here in Washington in 4th grade, not knowing a single word of English. And at the end of that year, I was expected to take the MSP, which now is the SBAC, and I was expected to pass. I can't recall the scores, but I'm pretty sure they were subpar. I could see how some of these tests could really stump students in the ELL program now because they don't speak English fluently, and it's especially in high school where the results are an integral part of the graduation requirements.
Thank you. D'Angelo. And then Luis is next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is D'Angelo Clifton, and I am a senior in high school, and I go to Tyee ACE, and I believe we should not make testing a requirement to graduate high school. Because if you pass all your classes and get the credit that you need to graduate, why have one thing that you don't pass make you not walk with your class? And I took a test last year, and I was a junior in high school, and the test was very stressful for me. And when I was in school, all I could think about was the test, and I put my main focus and started not doing my homework. And I was just studying for the test. And when I saw my score, it was not as good as I wanted my scores to be. And to be honest, I was feeling down because I worked so hard for something I didn't achieve my goal to get a good test score. And that made an effect in my life because sad thing is that it's just one test. So I believe we should not be taking the test because I feel everyone feels the same way when they're testing. And we should not make it mandatory to pass because it's really stressful. And when you take a test, knowing me personally, I'm not a good tester. And we also not make it mandatory to pass, then we would not feel obligated to get a great score and not feel bad or depressed if you did not pass the test. When colleges don't even look at the state test scores and they look at what you've done for the past 4 years of college, which you've done in high school, sorry. And we should not connect state test scores for graduation requirements. That's what I believe in.
Thank you. Luis.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis. I attend ACE High School. I believe standardized tests shouldn't be a mandatory requirement to graduate. The way I see it, test is just a hard pressure on the development of students' learning, rushing things to get through to the end goal of by the end of the year. What we were expected to know by the end of the year, it's not helpful to the students' learning. For example, the curriculum that's supposed to be taught, it's not processed thoroughly through the student's mind. In order to keep that information, which would be in a transformative environment, instead it's a credit-oriented study, and therefore it's hard on us. It's hard on us students to be able to understand and comprehend today's learning in a better way, rather than trying to humanize a group. We should focus on the group we've letting behind and are dehumanizing by the fact that those people are staying behind because they're not graduating. We should look at why they're not graduating and help them out.
Anna? Is this Anna?
Hello, my name is Anna Harlech. I'm a social studies teacher at ACE, which is the Academy of Citizenship and Empowerment in SeaTac, Washington. I graduated high school in 2008, which was supposed to be the first year that the WASL was a graduation requirement. When I took the WASL in 2007, that May, I failed the math portion by a significant amount. So luckily I had parents who could afford to tutor me, that I went to all sorts of tutoring. When I retook the test that following fall, I also failed by 3 points. So I was not set to graduate on time despite having a 3.1 GPA, which isn't impressive, but I mean, it's something. Thankfully, by a decision in Olympia made just 2 months before I graduated, I was able to graduate on time. They decided to put off the graduation requirement for testing by a year, which I'm very grateful for. I was able to, again, go to college, get my master's degree, and become a teacher, which I'm so grateful for. I think a lot of times people see removing graduation test requirements as a way of letting teachers off the hook and letting students off the hook and not holding them accountable. But we should be rewarding them for coming to school for working hard, and that's really what at least I value in a citizen in our society. So we should really be focusing on rewarding the hard work, not punishing for something small like a single test.
And is it Miley?
Miley.
Okay.
Palu. Hi. Thanks for having me. I am a high school counselor at Ace High School in SeaTac, Washington, along with these wonderful students and educators behind me. Today, I want to tell you about a story of a student I've worked with. One evening, I went home and I saw an email. I will forever remember the words of that email. I just feel like killing myself. I remember feeling my heart racing, my temperature rising. I was really worried about the student. As school counselors, we're trained to respond to situations like this when our students are in crisis. We made sure the student was safe, but later what I found out is that the student was on a bridge and he had the intention to jump. In my role as a school counselor, I feel and I see the everyday pressures of our students to cross the finish line and to graduate. But my question to our education board is, at what cost? According to the Healthy Youth Survey, in our state, in Washington, we lose 2 students, 2 young people a week to suicide. My day is spent hearing the struggles of our young people. They survive and they thrive in circumstances that we can't even imagine. Yet a lot of times our resources, our students' time and energy is spent worried about high-stakes testing. It breaks my heart to see our young people struggle with their self-worth, with depression, because of a score they get on a test. But where's a test that measures overcoming homelessness, immigration issues, struggling through and embracing their identity, taking care of older and younger generations? During testing time, a lot of counselors spend their days hunting down students, trying to get them signed up for tests, bubbling in student demographic information in case kids forget to do it, figuring out the computers to have them take tests. But instead, I'd like to see my time spent supporting the emotional and social needs of our kids, and I'd like for them to have that as well. So today, my ask is that we unlink these high-stakes testing to graduation requirements, and we tell our students that they matter as people and more than just a test. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Chris Bloom.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to address the students. What a great job they did of communicating, so well done on their part. I'd like to go back and talk to the conversation earlier about the career part of career and technical. And so I'm Chris Blum. I'm the director at Newmarket Skill Center here in Tumwater. So you may have seen me before as you have been on my campus. So first of all, I'd like to start by thanking all of you for the work you did on equivalency credit. And I know I had an opportunity to talk to several board members as we talked about the inequities that happened at skill centers in which some students would get equivalency credit while sitting next to a student beside them from a different district who would not get that same equivalency credit. So through that, it did make it through legislation. We still have some struggles with that. I mean, we're still working on those as it's not required that they are accepted, it's only that they're optional. So there's still some mixed work that needs to go forward with that. And I know OSPI is now looking at another group of framework for equivalency credit. So thank you for starting those conversations and leading the path on that. Another thing that I would like to talk about is that earlier there was conversations about putting workforce board together, businesses together, to have those conversations about going forward. And I hope to remind folks that if skill centers or CTE directors or OSPI or WAVA, WACD, make sure some of those folks are at the table, because some of the conversations that were happening here this morning are happening at skill centers, and they have their own unique set of challenges. I reflect on the State Board of Education and AWSP as they go forward talking about those 24 credit equivalency graduation requirements. And I myself am already signed up to go to one of those workshops. But as we look at what kinds of things happen at the sending schools that may impact the career and technical experiences that students are already getting at a skills center. So with that, thank you again for the hard work you do. And certainly, if you have any questions, reach out to me. So thank you.
Sabrina Burr, and then Rita Green is next.
Good afternoon. My name is Sabrina Burr, and I'm an education advocate, but my most important job is of a proud mother of a now 12-year-old sixth grader. She was the face of the smaller class sizes on the commercial. She was the one with the white shirt that raised her hand. And she is very civic-minded, recognized for being outstanding young philanthropist for 2011, and has been raising money for homeless kids to go to school since she was 4. Very involved parents. We've been fortunate to have very excellent teachers, but our math test worked against her. Having good parents, having good teachers, her MAP scores were just high enough to where she wasn't qualifying for getting tested. So in second grade, I started pushing. Her second grade teacher, nationally board certified teacher, knew it. Her next teacher knew it, 38 years. I opted her out last year, and what I realized is 6 to 8 weeks of her IEP was not facilitated correctly. And she said that kids were telling her she was lucky that she was opted out of these testing. And what she noticed was she was disrespected, she was made to cry. The kids were thrown into 4th grade classes. Her friends told her that they knew hardly none of the content, and they were told if you don't know the answer, pick C or guess. So how effective are those tests for students? And so my daughter, the testing has not done anything to help. And we negate what nationally board certified teachers know. This is 21st generation testing. The test scores that our teachers get are no longer relevant. And so I just want to end by saying the 6 to 8 weeks that my daughter lost in education is the same amount of time it does schools to do gap closing. In 6 to 8 weeks, we're doing incredible work with gap closing. So we are failing our kids, and these tests are not doing anything for schools. They are doing things for districts and adults, but they are not doing anything for families and kids. We have students who are hiding under the desks, who are stressed out over tests that do nothing to help what we're trying to do to educate them to be civic-minded people who can have a living wage job and to live the American dream, and we are failing them with these tests.
Thank you. Rita Green.
Hi, my name is Rita Green. I am the NAACP Education Chair for Washington, Oregon, and Alaska, as well as Seattle, King County. But I'm here today to share a personal story to why I know that high-stakes testing should be eliminated and the denial of graduation should be removed from these exams. My daughter, Brittany Green, is a 2009 graduate of Rainier Beach High School. She took the Math WASL her sophomore year and the HESPE her junior year. She missed by 6 and 7, respectively. At this time, instead of being denied graduation, she had to take a basic math class her senior year of high school. Brittany tested at college level when she took the Compass exam. She attended Lincoln University in Pennsylvania from 2009 to 2013 and graduated with a BS in criminal justice and pre-law. Upon graduation, she worked for City Year as a teaching assistant at a middle school for 1 year and will graduate with her master's with a degree in criminal justice forensics in June. Oh, and she is a sergeant law enforcement officer in the state of Louisiana, where she is attending graduate school. The future is bright for Brittany Green, but by today's standards, this is a student who would not have been allowed to graduate from high school. What would her life have become? Exams are needed to gauge where students are and where additional instruction is needed to help them reach the intended goal. Exams should not be used as a bully stick to threaten students and teachers. If a student fulfills the graduation curriculum requirements, one test should not stop them from graduating, as this one test does not capture the true knowledge of students. Brittany Green is living proof. Thank you.
Thank you. James Hung. Hi, James.
Hi, everyone. My name is James Hong. I'm the Executive Director of the Vietnamese Friendship Association. I just want to preface by saying that, despite my youthful appearance, I'm actually not a student. So I think there are some really great students in the room who shared really powerful stories. And I hope that, you do take the time to really, listen and learn to what they're saying and really take it to heart. What I do want to talk about in regards to testing is relate to the impact it has on refugee and immigrant students. So here in Washington, the data that I've been seeing from OSPI says that about 50% of students with limited English graduate on time. And that's 50% compared to roughly 70 to 80% overall. And I really don't believe that that is a result of a lack of testing for these students. These are very systemic issues and barriers that impact in a very adverse way the ability for refugee and immigrant students to really succeed in school. Primarily because a lot of them come over to the United States when they're much older. These aren't children. These are very young adults who are very bright, but they face a lot of obstacles because of the lack of access to language and the lack of support from teachers and educators in making sure that their culture and their heritage are valued in the classroom. I think testing really exacerbates some of those challenges, especially if they don't really acknowledge that language barrier. So I really hope you, again, take a lot of these stories to heart, the teachers and the educators in the room, the parents in the room, and of course the students who really are the center of the work that we should be doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Last, Allison Sherry. And then if there was anyone who had come to testify and didn't sign in, please let Denise know so we can bring you up.
Hello, my name is Allison Sherry and I am a senior at Shorewood High School in Shoreline. I'm here today to ask you to delink high-stakes tests from graduation. The class of 2016 must be the most tested students ever. We've been tested using the WASL, the MSP, the HISP, and now the SBAC. Students have also been taking end-of-course exams in algebra and biology, and as you know, those tests were scheduled to be linked to graduation beginning this year. Test preparation during class often includes random, irrelevant lessons. Last year in my AP English Comm class, my teacher ended up teaching us a unit about cell growth in leaves, and it gave us whiplash and made us wonder what we were doing. I assure you, Mr. Stearns is known as one of the strongest teachers in our school, but for his instruction of AP English, not biology. Using precious AP class time to prepare for the SBAC seemed inappropriate. Teachers and students know that classroom grades are the best indicator of how a student is doing in class. Standardized or high-stakes tests can be overly influenced by external factors like a student's background. One of my best friends may fall victim to this senseless policy. She has taken Algebra 1 EOC 3 times without passing and explained, I get good grades in class, but I get really bad anxiety, especially with the added pressure of not being able to graduate if I don't do well. When I'm taking a test, I get super nervous and hot. I can't focus, and I start to think that because I'm stuck on a question that I'm stupid. The assistant superintendent in Shoreline and I talked about how heartbreaking it was that 5 students in Shoreline and thousands across the state met all other graduation requirements, but were unable to pass one test last year. It's not right that students be denied a diploma because of one test. It's also not right that students like me be deprived of weeks of instructions or even months over our school careers preparing for high-stakes tests that aren't connected to our classes. The goal of our high school learning experience should be to help us become well-rounded students who are excited and care about our learning. Focusing so much time and energy on teaching to the test takes away from that goal. Thank you guys for your consideration.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone who came to testify. I know many of you drove some considerable distance to come here and meet with us, so thank you. And with that, we are going to go on a quick lunch. I'm trying to think. So we're supposed to start at 12:30 for the next piece. Okay. That's just 1 second. Okay, so board members, we're going to give you a lunch break. If you could come back at 12:50, and then we'll proceed. We're going to push back some of the other times.